I was 24 years old when I learned that the world does not always work the way the maps say it should. At that age, you think you understand the basics of reality. You believe in clocks, you believe in odometers, and you believe that if you enter a tunnel at one end, you will come out the other end after traveling a distance equal to the length of the mountain. My name is Elias, and back then I was working as a regional courier for a medical supply company in the Pacific Northwest. It was a job that required long hours of solitary driving through some of the most remote stretches of the Cascade Range. I liked the solitude. I liked the way the pine trees seemed to swallow the sound of my engine, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the hum of the road. It was a Tuesday in late October, the kind of day where the sun feels thin and the shadows start stretching out long before the clock says they should. I was behind schedule. A paperwork mix-up at the warehouse in Bend had cost me 2 hours, and I was pushing my old Chevy van hard to make my final delivery in a small coastal town before the clinic closed at 6. The GPS was giving me an arrival time of 6:15, which meant I was going to be late unless I found a way to shave off some time. That was when I saw the turnoff for the Blackwood Cutoff. It was an old state road, one of those routes that had been bypassed by the interstate decades ago. According to the faded atlas I kept in the passenger seat, it cut straight through a ridge instead of winding around it, potentially saving me 20 minutes. The entrance to the cutoff was narrow, the asphalt cracked and choked with weeds that clawed at the underside of my van. As I turned onto it, the lights seemed to change. The vibrant oranges and yellows of the autumn leaves turned a dull, bruised purple. I checked my watch. It was 4:30. I figured I would be through the pass and back on the main highway by 5. The road climbed steeply, the engine straining as I shifted into a lower gear. There were no other cars, no signs of life, not even a bird crossing the sky. It was just me and the increasingly dense wall of Douglas firs pressing in on both sides. Then I saw the tunnel. It wasn't on my digital GPS, and the paper map had only marked it as a minor landmark. It was a massive, concrete maw set into the side of a granite cliff. The entrance was stained with streaks of mineral deposits that looked like dried tears, and the darkness inside was absolute. It felt like the mountain was opening its mouth to swallow the road. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, my foot hovering over the brake, but the pressure of the deadline pushed me forward. I switched on my high beams and rolled into the dark. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Usually when you drive into a tunnel, the sound of your tires and engine echoes off the walls, creating a loud, rhythmic roar. But here the sound seemed to be absorbed. It was as if the walls were lined with velvet. My headlights struggled to penetrate more than 20 feet ahead, the beams hitting a thick, heavy mist that seemed to hang in the air despite the lack of wind. I looked at my dashboard. My digital clock flickered once, the numbers blurring for a second before settling back into a steady glow. 4:32. The tunnel felt much longer than it looked from the outside. I watched the odometer. 1/10 of a mile, 2/10. The air inside the van started to feel heavy, like the pressure was dropping rapidly. I swallowed hard to pop my ears, but the sensation of fullness remained. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the shrinking circle of the entrance behind me, but there was nothing, just a wall of black. It was as if the entrance had been erased the moment I passed the threshold. A small knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. I told myself it was just the trick of the light, the way the eyes struggle to adjust to the dark, but my gut was telling me something was wrong. I pressed harder on the gas. The speedometer climbed to 50, then 60, but the sensation of movement was gone. Without the flicker of passing lights or the texture of the walls, I felt like I was suspended in a void. I reached out to turn on the radio, hoping for some white noise or a distant signal to ground me, but all that came through the speakers was a low, rhythmic pulsing. It sounded like a heartbeat, slow and deep, vibrating through the frame of the van. I snapped the radio off, my heart hammering against my ribs. That was when I saw the first anomaly. Up ahead, caught in the edge of my high beams, was a car. It was parked on the narrow shoulder of the tunnel, its hazards blinking with a sickly orange light. As I got closer, I slowed down, my instincts screaming at me to keep moving, but my sense of duty telling me to check for a stranded driver. I pulled up alongside it. It was an old sedan, the paint faded and the tires flat. But as I looked through the window, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. There was a coffee cup sitting on the dashboard, and steam was still rising from it. The hazards were blinking, but the car looked like it had been sitting there for 30 years. I didn't stop. I floored the accelerator, the van fishtailing slightly as I sped away from the ghost car. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe the steam was just condensation. Maybe the car had just broken down, but the math didn't add up. The dust on the hood was inches thick, yet the lights were bright and the coffee was hot. I looked at the clock again. 4:33. Only 1 minute had passed since I entered, yet I felt like I had been driving for miles. The walls of the tunnel began to change. They were no longer smooth concrete. They looked organic, like the interior of a vast, petrified ribcage. The mist grew thicker, swirling in the wake of my van, forming shapes that looked uncomfortably like reaching hands. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to scream, just to hear a sound that belonged to me, but my throat felt constricted. I was breathing in air that tasted like old copper and wet earth. Then came the second impossible detail. I passed a sign on the side of the tunnel. It was a standard green highway sign, but the text was wrong. It didn't list a town or a distance. It simply said "You are here" in bold, white letters, and below that a series of numbers that were counting backward. I watched as the numbers ticked down, 10, 9, 8. I realized with a jolt of pure terror that the numbers were synchronized with my own heartbeat. Every time my heart thudded, the number dropped. I was no longer thinking about my delivery or the clinic. I was in a state of primal panic. I knew that if those numbers reached 0, I wouldn't be coming out the other side. I pushed the van to its absolute limit, the engine screaming in a way I had never heard before. The steering wheel vibrated so violently my hands went numb. I closed my eyes for a split second, praying to God I hadn't spoken to in years, and when I opened them, the darkness broke. The exit appeared not as a gradual thinning of the dark, but as a violent explosion of light. I burst out of the tunnel mouth, the sun hitting my eyes with such intensity that I was momentarily blinded. I slammed on the brakes, the van skidding to a halt on a road that was much wider and smoother than the one I had entered. I sat there for a long time, gasping for air, the smell of burning rubber filling the cabin. When my vision finally cleared, I looked around. I wasn't on the Blackwood cutoff anymore. I was on a coastal highway, the Pacific Ocean stretching out to my left, the waves crashing against the cliffs in the distance. I looked at my GPS. It was spinning in circles, unable to find a signal. I looked at the dashboard clock. It said 12:45. I sat back in my seat, my head spinning. I had entered the tunnel at 4:30 in the afternoon. Now the sun was high in the sky, positioned exactly where it should be in the early afternoon. I checked my watch. It had stopped at 4:33. I looked at my phone. The date was Wednesday. I had been in that tunnel for nearly 20 hours, but to me it had felt like less than 5 minutes. But the distance was what truly broke my mind. I looked at the road sign 100 yards ahead. I was 60 miles south of my destination. I had traveled over 100 miles in what felt like a mile of driving. I was ahead of schedule, yet I had lost an entire day. I drove to the nearest gas station, my hands still shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. The attendant was an old man with skin like wrinkled parchment. He looked at me, then at my van, and then back at me. He didn't ask if I was okay. He didn't ask where I had come from. He just leaned over the counter and whispered that I shouldn't have taken the shortcut. He told me that the mountain has a way of folding in on itself, and that some people who go into that tunnel come out before they even went in, while others never come out at all. I quit my job the next day. I moved away from the coast, away from the mountains, to a place where the land is flat and the roads are straight and there isn't a tunnel for 500 miles. But sometimes when I am driving at night and the road gets too quiet, I look at the clock. I watch the minutes tick by and I pray that they stay in order, because I know now that time isn't a line. It's a thread, and in certain places that thread gets tangled. I still have the coffee cup I found in the back of my van a week after the incident. I don't know how it got there. It's an old ceramic mug stained with dust, and when I picked it up, it was still warm to the touch. I never go back to the mountains. I don't even like to look at them in pictures, because I know that somewhere out there, that tunnel is still waiting and the numbers are still counting down. The cup sat on my kitchen counter for 3 months. It was a plain white ceramic mug with a small chip near the handle and a faded logo of a diner that did not exist in any directory I could find. Every time I touched it, the porcelain felt like it had been sitting in a patch of summer sun, even in the dead of a Midwestern winter. I kept it because it was the only physical proof that the tunnel was real. Without it, I could have convinced myself that I had suffered a stroke or a momentary break from reality. But the heat in the ceramic was a constant, low-frequency reminder that I had stepped out of the world and back into it through a tear in the fabric of things. I took a job as an overnight security guard for a gated community in the plains. It was the most boring work I could find. There were no mountains, no dense forests, and no tunnels. The horizon was a flat, predictable line that stayed where it belonged. I spent my shifts watching monitors and circling a perimeter of manicured lawns and streetlights that never flickered. I liked the artificiality of it. I liked knowing that every inch of the land had been surveyed, leveled, and paved by people who believed in blueprints and property lines. I stopped wearing a watch. I relied on the digital clocks on the security monitors, which were synced to a satellite. They were cold and precise, and they never blurred. Despite my efforts to bury the memory, the dreams began in December. They were not vivid or cinematic. They were sensory. I would wake up in total darkness with the smell of old copper in my nose and the sensation of a heavy, pressurized atmosphere pushing against my eardrums. In the dreams, I was still in the van, but I was not driving. I was sitting in the passenger seat, and the driver was the person who had left the coffee cup on the dashboard of that rusted sedan. I never saw their face, but I could hear their heartbeat. It was the same rhythmic pulsing I had heard over the radio. Slow, deliberate, counting down. One Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after the incident, the power went out at the security kiosk. It was a clear night with no wind, so there was no logical reason for a blackout. The monitors turned into rectangles of dead glass. The hum of the air conditioning died. In the sudden silence, I felt that familiar drop in pressure. My ears popped, and the air in the small booth grew thick and stagnant. I reached for my flashlight, my fingers trembling as they closed around the cold metal casing. When I clicked it on, the beam did not cut through the dark. It hit a wall of heavy gray mist that had materialized inside the room. I stood up, my chair scraping against the linoleum with a sound that seemed to be swallowed by the walls. I stepped toward the door, intending to run for my car, but when I opened it, I did not see the asphalt of the parking lot or the glow of the streetlights. I saw a wall of weeping concrete. The kiosk was no longer in the middle of a housing development. It was lodged into the side of the tunnel, like a splinter in a wound. The smell of wet earth and mineral deposits was overwhelming. I looked back at the security monitors. They were flickering to life, but they were not showing the perimeter. They were showing the interior of my own van, parked just a few feet away in the dark, its hazard lights blinking with that same sickly orange glow. I did not move. I knew that if I stepped out of the booth, I would be committing myself to the geography of that place. I stayed rooted to the spot, watching the monitors. On the screen, I saw a figure approach the van. It was me, or rather, it was the version of me from 6 months ago. I watched myself through the grain of the security camera as I pulled up alongside the ghost car. I saw the terror on my own face through the windshield. I watched as I floored the accelerator and sped away into the gloom. The moment the van disappeared from the screen, the numbers started. They appeared on the digital clock of the security system. They weren't counting time, they were counting heartbeats. 50, 49, 48. I felt my chest tight. I tried to slow my breathing to calm the frantic thumping in my ribs, but the more I panicked, the faster the numbers dropped. I realized then that the tunnel was not a place I had left behind. It was a place that had claimed a part of me, a tether that was now pulling me back. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone, hoping to see a signal, any sign of the world I belonged to. The screen was blank, but the glass was hot to the touch. I threw it against the wall and it shattered with a sound like a gunshot. The noise seemed to break the spell. The mist began to recede, flowing out of the door like a retreating tide. The concrete walls dissolved, replaced by the familiar sight of the gated community and the distant hum of a backup generator kicking in. The lights flickered and stayed on. I quit that job too. I realized then that distance did not matter. The tunnel was not a physical location in the Cascade Range. It was a distortion, a glitch in the way reality processed movement and duration. It could manifest anywhere because it existed underneath the map in the spaces between the points we use to define our lives. I sold my car and started taking the bus. I wanted to be a passenger. I wanted someone else to be responsible for the path we took, someone else to watch the road and keep us on the line. I moved into a small apartment in a crowded city where the lights never went out. I surrounded myself with noise. I kept the television on at all times, the volume just loud enough to drown out any rhythmic sounds. I became obsessed with the history of the Blackwood Cutoff. I spent hours in libraries and on obscure forums looking for mentions of the road. I found fragments of stories. A logger in the 1950s who disappeared for 3 days and was found wandering a beach 500 miles away. A family in the 1970s whose car was found idling in the middle of a forest, completely empty, with a half-eaten picnic spread out on the roof. The most disturbing account came from a retired surveyor who had worked for the state in the 1990s. He claimed that the tunnel was never supposed to be built. The plans for the cutoff had called for a bridge, but when the construction crews arrived, the tunnel was already there. They assumed another crew had started the work early, but there were no records of the contract. When they sent a team inside to inspect the structural integrity, only one man came back. He was found 2 weeks later in a basement in Chicago. He couldn't explain how he got there, but he kept insisting that the mountain was hollow and that it was filled with things that had been lost since the beginning of time. I started to understand that the coffee cup in my van wasn't a gift or a mistake. It was a trade. The tunnel takes something and it gives something back. It keeps the traveler and it releases a ghost, or it keeps the time and it releases the body. I had escaped, but I had left 20 hours of my life in that dark, damp maw, and in exchange, I had been given a piece of the tunnel's history. The cup belonged to someone who had been trapped there decades ago. It stayed warm because inside the tunnel, the moment of its pouring was still happening. Last week, I was walking down a busy sidewalk during the evening rush hour. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement. I felt a sudden chill, a localized drop in temperature that made the breath hitch in my lungs. I looked at the person walking next to me, a woman in a business suit, her face buried in her phone. For a split second, her image blurred. She looked like she was made of gray mist. I looked down at the ground, and instead of concrete sidewalk, I saw cracked asphalt choked with weeds. I stopped moving. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, focusing on the sound of the traffic and the smell of exhaust. When I opened them, everything was back to normal, but I knew what it meant. The tunnel was calling in the rest of its debt. The shortcut I took to save 20 minutes had put me on a path that was slowly converging with the void. Every time I felt a sense of solitude, every time the world got too quiet or the light hit the ground at a certain angle, the map began to fray. I went home and looked at the coffee cup. It was sitting on the table where I had left it. I reached out and touched it. It was ice cold. For the first time since I found it, the ceramic was freezing as if it had been sitting in a cellar for 100 years. I felt a surge of hope. Maybe the connection was finally breaking. Maybe the debt was paid. But then I noticed something inside the cup. I leaned closer, my heart beginning that slow, rhythmic thud. There was a small amount of liquid in the bottom. It wasn't coffee. It was dark, brackish water, smelling of old copper and wet earth. Floating in the water was a small, gold wedding ring. I recognized it immediately. It was my father's ring, the one he had been wearing when he disappeared 10 years ago while driving through the mountains on a hunting trip. He had never been found. The police had assumed his truck had gone over a cliff into one of the deep ravines, but they never found the wreckage. I realized then that the tunnel didn't just fold space and time, it was a collection point. It was a reservoir for everything that falls through the cracks of the world. My father hadn't died in an accident, he had taken a shortcut. He had entered the mountain and become part of its internal architecture. The ring was a message, or perhaps a lure. I spent the night sitting at my kitchen table, staring at the ring. I thought about the numbers on the sign, 10, 9, 8. I wondered what number my father had reached before the light broke for him, or if it ever had. I wondered if he was still in there, sitting in a truck that looked like it had been there for 30 years, drinking coffee that never went cold while he watched the version of me drive past him in a panic. The next morning, I packed a small bag. I didn't take much, just some water, a flashlight with extra batteries in the ring. I knew I couldn't stay in the city anymore. The more I tried to run from the memory, the more the tunnel reached out to find me in the mundane corners of my life. If I stayed, I would eventually step through a door in my apartment and find myself back in the dark. I decided that if I was going to be taken, I would go on my own terms. I bought a ticket for a Greyhound bus heading west. I didn't have a specific destination, but I knew I was going back to the Cascades. I needed to find the entrance to the Blackwood Cutoff again. I needed to see if the tunnel was still there or if it only appeared to those who were already lost. I wanted to know if the countdown could be finished, or if there was a way to navigate the folds and bring back what had been taken. As the bus pulled out of the station, I looked at the other passengers. They were all staring out the windows, lost in their own thoughts, unaware of the fragility of the road beneath them. They believed in the maps. They believed that the distance between 2 points was a fixed and reliable thing. I envied them. I envied their faith in the clock. The journey took 2 days. As we climbed into the mountains, the pine trees began to press in on the highway, their needles thick with the damp mist of the Pacific Northwest. The air turned cold and heavy. I watched the odometer of the bus, watching the tenths of a mile click over with a steady, mechanical rhythm. I felt a strange sense of peace. I was no longer fighting the current. I was letting the thread lead me back to the tangle. I got off the bus at a small stop near the edge of the national forest. The driver looked at me with a confused expression. There was nothing there but a rusted sign and a gravel shoulder. He asked if I was sure this was where I wanted to be. I told him I was meeting someone. He shrugged, closed the door, and drove away, leaving me alone in the silence of the trees. I started walking. I didn't need a map. I could feel the pressure in my ears, a subtle pull in the center of my chest that guided me toward the ridge. The woods were silent. No birds, no squirrels, no wind, just the sound of my own boots on the damp needles. After an hour, I found it. The asphalt was even more broken than I remembered, the weeds taller and more aggressive. The entrance to the Blackwood Cutoff was almost entirely obscured by shadows, even though it was only noon. I walked until I reached the mouth of the tunnel. It looked exactly the same. The concrete maw, the mineral streaks like dried tears, the absolute darkness within. I stood at the threshold and took a deep breath. The air tasted of copper. I reached into my pocket and clutched my father's ring. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I didn't need to see. I knew the way now. I stepped into the dark, and as the light of the outside world faded behind me, I felt the silence swallow the sound of my footsteps. I waited for the sensation of the walls closing in, for the mist to form into reaching hands, for the heartbeat to begin its slow, deep pulse. I walked for what felt like hours. The ground beneath my feet was smooth, then rough, then organic like bone. I didn't look back. I knew there was nothing behind me but a wall of black. I kept my eyes fixed on the void ahead, waiting for the first sign. Then I saw it, a faint orange glow in the distance, a pair of hazard lights blinking in the dark. As I got closer, I saw the shape of a truck. It was old, the paint stripped away by years of damp air, the tires long since rotted into the ground. I walked up to the driver's side window. Inside, a man was sitting behind the wheel. He looked exactly as I remembered him, not a day older than the last time I had seen him. He was staring straight ahead, his hands resting on the steering wheel. On the dashboard, a ceramic mug was sitting, a thin wisp of steam rising from the surface. I reached out and knocked on the glass. The man turned his head slowly. His eyes were clear, but they looked like they were seeing something miles away. He looked at me, then at the ring in my hand. He didn't smile, but the tension in his shoulders seemed to vanish. He reached over and unlocked the passenger door. I climbed in. The air inside the truck was warm and smelled of wood smoke and old leather. I sat down and closed the door. The sound of the latch was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It echoed through the tunnel, a sharp, final note that seemed to signal the end of the countdown. My father picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. He offered it to me. I took it, the warmth of the ceramic seeping into my numb fingers. I looked at the dashboard. The clock was flickering, the numbers blurring into a steady, golden glow. It didn't say 4:30. It didn't say 12:45. It simply showed a series of zeros. He put the truck in gear. The engine didn't make a sound, but I could feel the vibration of movement through the seat. We didn't move forward. The tunnel moved around us. The walls shifted, the concrete turning into light, the darkness folding back like a curtain. I don't know where we are going. I don't know if we are going back to the world of maps and clocks, or if we are going deeper into the architecture of the mountain. But as I sit here, holding the warm cup and watching the numbers stay at zero, I realize that I am no longer afraid. The world does not work the way the maps say it should, and that is okay. Sometimes, the only way to find what you have lost is to stop trying to measure the distance. I closed my eyes, listened to the rhythmic pulse of the mountain, and for the first time in 24 years, I let myself be still. The vibration in the seat was not the shaking of an engine, but the humming of the earth itself. It felt like standing on the back of a great sleeping animal that had finally begun to breathe. My father did not speak, and I found that I did not want him to. Any word uttered in this place would have been too small, a thin vibration of air that would be crushed by the weight of the silence surrounding us. I watched his profile in the amber glow of the dashboard. He looked like a man who had been waiting for a bus that was decades late, his expression one of weary relief rather than joy. We were moving, yet the scenery outside the windows remained a static blur of gray and black. It was as if the truck was stationary and the universe was being pulled past us like a ribbon. I looked down at the coffee cup in my hands. The steam rising from it did not dissipate. It curled upward in thick, oily ribbons, forming shapes that looked like topographical maps before vanishing into the roof of the cab. I took a drink. It did not taste like coffee. It tasted like rain on hot pavement and the metallic tang of a coming storm. It was the taste of every road I had ever driven and every mile I had ever hated. The zeros on the digital clock began to cycle. They did not become numbers again. They became symbols, ancient and jagged, flickering with a speed that made my eyes ache. I looked away, focusing instead on the road ahead. The headlights of the truck did not cut into the dark. They seemed to create the road as we traveled. Where the light hit the blackness, cracked asphalt and yellow lines materialized out of nothing, only to dissolve back into the void the moment the taillights passed over them. We were not traveling on a path, we were the path. I thought about the world I had left behind. I thought about the security kiosk and the gated community with its perfect lawns. It all felt like a dream I had once had about a very boring movie. The reality was here in the hollow center of the mountain where the lost things gathered to wait out the end of time. I felt a sudden pang of grief for the people on the bus, the ones who still believed in the reliability of their watches. They were living on a thin crust of logic, unaware that the basement of the world was wide and deep and filled with the ghosts of their own shortcuts. My father reached out and adjusted the radio dial. There was no music, only the sound of a heavy, rhythmic pulsing. It was the same sound I had heard over the scan 6 months ago. But now, sitting in the passenger seat, I could hear the layers within the noise. It was not just a heartbeat. It was the sound of millions of feet walking on pavement. It was the sound of tires on gravel and the clicking of turn signals. It was the collective hum of every journey ever taken, compressed into a single, crushing frequency. He turned the wheel to the left, though the road appeared to be straight. The truck tilted at an impossible angle, yet I did not fall against the door. Gravity had become a suggestion rather than a law. We were descending now, spiraling down into a part of the tunnel where the walls were no longer concrete or rock. They were made of stacked objects. I saw thousands of car keys, rusted bicycles, single shoes, and suitcases with broken latches. Everything that had ever been dropped or forgotten had found its way here, woven into the very fabric of the passage. I saw the van, my van. It was parked on a ledge of discarded watches, its hazard light still blinking, but it was not empty. As we passed, I saw myself sitting in the driver's seat. That version of me was staring at a map, his face twisted in frustration. He was looking for a turn that did not exist. I wanted to roll down the window and scream, to tell him to just sit still, but my father gripped the wheel tighter and accelerated. We were moving too fast now. The objects on the walls blurred into a streak of silver and brown. The air in the cab grew colder. I could see my breath, a white mist that hung in the air like a veil. My father finally turned his head toward me. His eyes were not the eyes of the man who had raised me. They were deep and dark, reflecting the flickering symbols of the clock. He reached out and took the ring from my hand. He did not put it on. He dropped it into the coffee cup. It sank to the bottom without a sound, and the liquid immediately turned clear. He spoke then, his voice sounding like two stones grinding together. He told me that the mountain does not take lives. It takes the weight. It takes the burden of being in one place at one time. He told me that he had been driving this truck for 10 years, but for him, it had only been the length of a single song on the radio. He was not trapped. He was part of the machinery that kept the surface world moving. Someone has to stay in the dark so the lights stay on above. Someone has to hold the line. I understood then what the trade was. The tunnel had not called me back to punish me. It had called me back because there was a vacancy. The surveyor who ended up in Chicago, the logger on the beach, the family with the picnic, they were the lucky ones who had been rejected by the mountain. But I was different. I had always liked the artificiality of the security monitors. I had always preferred the digital precision of a satellite clock over the messy reality of the sun. I was already halfway to being a ghost before I ever found the Blackwood cutoff. The truck began to slow. The walls of discarded things receded, replaced by a vast open cavern that looked like an underground sea. The floor was perfectly flat and reflective, like a dark mirror. In the distance, I could see other sets of headlights, hundreds of them all moving in slow, concentric circles. They were the others, the drivers who had taken the shortcuts and never come out the other side. They were the ones who managed the flow of the world's lost minutes. My father brought the truck to a halt. He opened his door and stepped out onto the glass-like floor. I followed him, my boots making a sharp, ringing sound that traveled for miles. The air was perfectly still. There was no smell of copper here, only the scent of ozone and old paper. He walked to the front of the truck and leaned against the hood, looking out at the sea of lights. He told me that I had a choice. I could take the truck and continue the cycle, or I could walk toward the horizon. He pointed to a spot where the darkness seemed a little thinner, where a faint, pale blue light suggested the existence of an exit. But he warned me that if I left, I would leave everything behind. I would wake up in a place I did not recognize, with a name I did not own, and the 20 hours I had lost would become 20 years. I would be a stranger in a world that had moved on without me. I looked at him, and then I looked at the truck. I thought about my small apartment in the city, the constant noise of the television, and the fear that followed me every time the sun went down. I thought about the way the world felt like it was made of cardboard, ready to fold at the slightest pressure. Here in the heart of the mountain, everything was heavy, everything was permanent. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a physical presence that held me steady. I reached into the coffee cup and pulled out the ring. It was warm now, vibrating with a low frequency that matched the pulse of the cavern. I put it on my finger. It fit perfectly, as if it had been waiting for my hand to grow into it. I looked at my father and saw him begin to fade. He was becoming part of the mist, his form dissolving into the amber light of the dashboard. He had finished his shift. He had delivered the ring, and now he was free to become whatever the mountain did with the spirits it no longer needed. I did not say goodbye. There was no need. I climbed into the driver's seat and closed the door. The seat was still warm from his body. I placed my hands on the steering wheel and felt the vibration of the earth travel up my arms and into my chest. I looked at the digital clock. The symbols stopped flickering. They settled into a steady, glowing sequence of zeros. I put the truck in gear. I did not look for the blue light on the horizon. I turned the wheel toward the center of the cavern, toward the hundreds of other blinking lights that were moving in their eternal, necessary circles. I turned on my hazard lights, orange, sickly, steady. I watched the reflection of the blinking lights on the dark floor and felt a sense of belonging that I had never known on the surface. I am the driver now. I am the one who sits in the dark and watches the travelers pass through the folds. I see the panic on their faces when their GPS fails and the trees begin to crowd the road. I see them floor the accelerator, trying to outrun the silence. I leave a warm cup of coffee on their dashboards when they aren't looking, a small token of the time they are about to lose. I count their heartbeats so they don't have to. The tunnel is not a place, it is a function. It is the space between the ticks of a clock, the gap between the points on a map. It is the necessary shadow that gives the light its shape. I drive the loop mile after mile through the weeping concrete and the walls of lost things. I am not waiting for the countdown to finish. I am the one who keeps the numbers moving. And as I drive, I listen to the radio, waiting for the sound of a new voice to break through the static. Someone else looking for a way to save 20 minutes, someone else ready to take the shortcut that never ends. The road ahead grew wider as the truck moved deeper into the heart of the mountain. The walls of the tunnel had long since vanished, replaced by a vaulted ceiling of dark stone that seemed to hold up the weight of the entire world. I could feel the gravity pressing down on the roof of the cab, a heavy and comforting presence that anchored me to the seat. The dashboard lights cast a soft green glow over my hands, making the skin look pale and translucent. On the passenger seat, the coffee mug remained full, the liquid inside as still as a frozen lake. I realized that the truck was no longer just a vehicle. It was a sensory organ, an extension of my own body that allowed me to feel the subtle shifts in the earth miles above my head. I steered into a lane that seemed to define itself only by the absence of shadow. There were no lines on the ground here, yet I knew exactly where the boundaries lay. To the left, the darkness felt dense and solid like cold iron. To the right, it felt thin and brittle like old paper. I kept the truck in the center, maintaining a steady pace that felt neither fast nor slow. The concept of speed had lost its meaning. We were moving at the velocity of a growing tree or a shifting glacier. We were moving at the speed of things that do not need to arrive. As I drove, the radio began to emit a low hum that gradually resolved into a series of voices. They were faint and overlapping, like a crowded room heard through a thick wall. I recognized the fragments of sentences. A woman asking for directions to a wedding, a man complaining about the price of gas, a child singing a song about a bird. These were the echoes of the people currently driving the highways of the Cascades, the ones who were skimming the surface of the reality I now inhabited. They were so close that I could almost smell the exhaust from their engines and the salt on their skin, yet they were separated from me by a barrier that no amount of force could break. I reached out and adjusted the rearview mirror. I did not see the interior of the truck reflected back at me. Instead, I saw a stretch of highway in the rain. I saw a pair of headlights approaching a fork in the road where the sign had been twisted by the wind. I saw the driver hesitate, his hand hovering over the turn signal. I felt the pull of his indecision in my own chest. This was my purpose. I was the weight on the scale. I was the silent observer who ensured that the wrong turn led exactly where it was meant to go. I leaned forward and breathed onto the glass of the mirror, and the driver in the reflection suddenly veered to the right, heading toward the entrance of the cutoff. The sensation of the truck changed. The smooth vibration of the floorboards became a rhythmic thumping, like a flat tire or a heart skipping a beat. I looked out the side window and saw that we were passing through a forest of clocks. They were hanging from the ceiling on invisible wires, thousands of them, their pendulums swinging in perfect unison. Some were grandfathers with heavy brass weights, others were small plastic alarms with glowing red digits. All of them were set to different times, but they all ticked with the same hollow thud. This was the source of the sound I had heard for years. It was the mechanical heartbeat of the fold, the sound of 1 billion seconds being harvested and stored in the dark. I felt a sudden hunger, not for food, but for the memories of the life I had left. I tried to remember the name of the street where I grew up, but the words felt like sand in my mouth. I tried to visualize the face of the woman I had seen on the bus, but her features blurred into the gray mist of the tunnel walls. The mountain was taking its payment. It was thinning out the details of my past to make room for the vastness of my present. I didn't fight it. There was a profound relief in letting go of the trivialities of a name and a history. I was no longer a man who worked in a security booth. I was the pilot of the Blackwood Cutoff. I was a part of the mountain. The truck began to descend a steep incline. The headlights caught the glint of water ahead. A vast underground river was cutting through the stone, its surface black and oily. There was no bridge. I didn't slow down. As the front tires touched the water, the truck didn't sink. It glided across the surface, the ripples spreading out in perfect geometric patterns. In the depths of the water, I saw the lights of a city. It looked like Seattle, but the buildings were made of bone and the streetlights were the color of dying stars. I realized that the world above and the world below were mirrors of each other, held apart only by the thin layer of asphalt that I now guarded. A figure appeared on the shore ahead. It was a man standing by a broken-down sedan. He was waving his arms frantically, his face pale with terror. I recognized the look. It was the look of someone who had just realized that the map was lying. I pulled the truck to a stop beside him and rolled down the window. The air that rushed in smelled of wet earth and ancient dust. The man scrambled toward the door, his hands shaking as he gripped the metal frame. He asked me how to get back to the interstate. He said he had only been driving for 5 minutes, but his gas tank was empty and his watch had stopped. I looked at him and felt a strange sense of pity. He was still tethered to the logic of the sun. I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a small, heavy compass. The needle didn't point north, it spun in a slow, lazy circle. I handed it to him. I told him that the way back was not a direction, but a state of mind. I told him to stop looking at the road and start looking at the shadows. If he could find a shadow that moved against the light, he should follow it. He looked at the compass and then at me, his eyes wide with a realization that he wasn't ready to handle. He backed away from the truck, clutching the compass to his chest, and vanished into the mist. I put the truck back in gear and continued. I knew I would see him again. Perhaps not today and perhaps not as a man, but he was part of the cycle now. He had been touched by the copper air of the cutoff, and the world above would never feel quite solid to him again. He would spend the rest of his life looking at the cracks in the sidewalk and the gaps between the trees, wondering if he had ever truly left the mountain. The tunnel began to narrow. The walls pressed in until the side mirrors were scraping against the stone, producing a shower of sparks that illuminated the cab in flashes of brilliant blue. The sound was deafening, a shriek of metal on rock that vibrated through my teeth. I didn't flinch. I pushed the accelerator down, feeling the truck strain against the confines of the earth. The steering wheel grew hot in my hands. The golden zeros on the clock began to pulse with a blinding light. Suddenly, the pressure vanished. The truck burst out into a wide, circular chamber that felt like the center of an eye. In the middle of the chamber stood a single, rusted gate. It was the kind of gate you might find at the entrance to an old cemetery or a forgotten estate. It stood alone, with no fence on either side, yet I knew that it was the most formidable barrier in existence. Beyond the gate, I could see a flickering image of a highway. It was bright and washed out, like a film overexposed to the sun. I saw cars moving at high speeds, their windshields glinting in the afternoon light. It was the world of the living, the world of maps and clocks. I brought the truck to a halt a few feet from the gate. The engine, which had been silent for so long, gave a final, shuddering cough and died. The silence that followed was absolute. I sat there for a long time looking at the gate and the world beyond it. I could see the individual needles on the pine trees and the dust dancing in the sunbeams. It looked beautiful and fragile, like a glass ornament held over a stone floor. I reached for the door handle, my fingers hovering over the cold metal. I thought about stepping out. I thought about walking through the gate and feeling the heat of the sun on my face. I thought about the smell of coffee that wasn't made of shadows and the sound of birds that actually existed. But then I looked at the ring on my finger. I felt the steady, deep pulse of the mountain beneath the floorboards. I realized that if I walked through that gate, the balance would shift. The weight I was holding would be released and the fold would collapse. The highway beyond the gate would buckle and tear, and the people in those cars would be swallowed by the void I had spent 24 years trying to navigate. I pulled my hand back from the door. I understood now that the exit was not for me. It was a reminder of what I was protecting. I was the gatekeeper. I was the anchor that held the two worlds apart. My father had known this and his father before him. We were the lineage of the lost, the ones who stayed behind so that the rest of the world could keep moving toward their destinations. I reached over and picked up the coffee mug. I took a long, slow drink, feeling the cold liquid settle in my stomach like lead. The truck didn't need an engine to move. I simply willed it to turn around. As we rotated away from the gate, the bright image of the highway faded, replaced once again by the comforting amber glow of the tunnel. I felt the mountain exhale, a long sigh of wind that pushed the truck forward into the deep dark. The zeros on the clock remained steady. The countdown was over, and the long, eternal journey had begun. I drove back through the forest of clocks, listening to the thud of the pendulums. I drove across the oily river and past the walls of discarded things. I felt the presence of the other drivers in the distance, their hazard lights blinking like fireflies in a jar. We were a silent caravan, a hidden economy of time and space, working in the margins of a world that would never know we existed. Eventually, I found myself back at the entrance of the cutoff. I could see the mouth of the tunnel and the gray light of a cloudy afternoon filtering in from the outside. I saw a man standing there. He was wearing a heavy coat and carrying a flashlight that he hadn't turned on yet. He looked familiar. He looked like someone who had just gotten off a bus and started walking into the woods without a map. He looked like he was searching for something he had lost a long time ago. I pulled the truck into the shadows and waited. I watched him take a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of someone who was still afraid. I saw him reach into his pocket and clutch something tight in his hand. He took a step forward, his boots crunching on the damp needles. He looked into the darkness of the tunnel, his eyes searching for a sign, a light, a reason to keep going. I didn't turn on my headlights. I didn't make a sound. I simply sat in the cab and watched him. I felt the weight of the ring on my finger and the warmth of the coffee mug in my hand. I knew that in a few moments he would step into the dark. He would walk until the light of the outside world faded behind him. He would walk until he felt the silence swallow the sound of his footsteps. And when he finally saw the orange glow of my hazard lights blinking in the distance, I would be ready. I would reach over and unlock the passenger door, and the cycle would begin again. Because the road never ends and the mountain always needs a driver. The man in the heavy coat stopped at the very edge of the concrete where the forest floor surrendered to the tunnel mouth. He was young, perhaps younger than I had been when I first saw the amber glow of the dashboard. He held a crumpled map in his left hand, the paper damp from the mist that clung to the hemlock trees. I watched him through the salt-streaked glass of the windshield, my breathing slow and synchronized with the low thrum of the floorboards. He was looking for the shortcut that the old-timers talked about in the diners along the interstate, the one that promised to shave hours off a long haul across the mountains. He did not know that time here was not a resource to be saved, but a debt to be paid. I reached out and touched the hazard light switch. The rhythmic clicking filled the cab, a dry and mechanical sound that echoed the beating of a heart made of gears. Outside, the orange light spilled across the damp pavement in pulses, reaching out to the man like a stuttering tongue. He froze. I saw his grip tighten on the map. He looked into the dark, squinting against the gloom, and for a moment our eyes met through the layers of shadow and glass. He could not see me, but he could feel the presence of the machine. He could feel the gravity of the mountain pulling at the marrow in his bones. He took the first step, then the second. As he crossed the threshold, the sound of the wind in the trees vanished. It did not fade. It was cut off as if a heavy door had been slammed shut behind him. The air inside the tunnel was different. It was thick with the scent of ozone and wet limestone, a cold and ancient smell that seemed to bypass the lungs and go straight to the brain. He walked toward the truck, his footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the absolute stillness. I waited until he was only a few feet away before I leaned over and pushed the passenger door open. The interior light did not come on. The only illumination came from the glowing green needles of the gauges and the steady orange blink of the hazards. The man hesitated, his hand hovering near the door handle. I could hear his pulse, a frantic and shallow drumming that stood in sharp contrast to the deep tectonic vibration of the truck. I did not speak. I did not need to. The invitation was in the warmth radiating from the seat and the steam rising from the coffee cup that sat in the holder. He climbed in, moving with the jerky, uncertain motions of a trapped animal. As he closed the door, the world outside the windows shifted. The gray light of the overcast afternoon was gone. In its place was the vast, vaulted interior of the cavern, the ceiling lost in a haze of purple and black. The man gasped, his head snapping from side to side as he tried to make sense of the geometry. He looked at the dashboard, at the zeros that sat motionless on the clock, and then he looked at me. I kept my gaze fixed on the road ahead. I put the truck in gear and felt the tires bite into the dark stone. We began to move, gliding away from the entrance and into the heart of the fold. He asked me where we were going. His voice was thin and brittle, the sound of someone who was beginning to realize that the rules of the world had been suspended. I told him that we were going exactly where he had asked to go. I told him that he wanted to save time and that I was simply facilitating the transaction. He looked down at his watch, a silver analog piece that had been a gift or a prideful purchase. The second hand was twitching, moving backward in short, frantic jumps before spinning wildly in a circle. He tried to pull it off his wrist, but the strap seemed to have tightened, the leather biting into his skin. I told him to leave it alone. I told him that the time he was losing was already gone and that struggling would only make the transition harder. I reached into the glove box and pulled out a small wooden carving of a bird. It was smooth and featureless, worn down by the touch of 1,000 hands. I handed it to him. He took it, his fingers tracing the contours of the wood. I watched as his breathing began to slow. The mountain was beginning to work on him, smoothing out the jagged edges of his panic, replacing his fear with the heavy, narcotic calm of the deep earth. We drove past a section of the wall where the stone had been carved into elaborate, nonsensical patterns. They looked like maps of cities that had never been built, or perhaps diagrams of the human nervous system. In the crevices of the carvings, small blue flames flickered, feeding on the static electricity that crackled in the air. The man asked if we were dead. I told him that death was a destination, and that we were currently in the transit. We were the movement between breaths. We were the pause at the top of a hill before the descent begins. The truck crested a rise, and below us the forest of clocks came into view again. From this height, the pendulums looked like a field of wheat swaying in a subterranean wind. The sound of the ticking was a physical weight pressing against our eardrums until the man had to cover his ears with his hands. I drove through the center of the grove, the shadows of the clocks dancing across the hood of the truck. Each tick represented a moment stolen from the world above, a second that had been diverted from a boring meeting, a long commute, or a sleepless night. We were the custodians of the discarded minutes. The man started to tell me about his life. He spoke about a woman he was supposed to marry in 3 days. He spoke about a job in an office with windows that looked out over the harbor. He spoke about the way the light hit the water at 5 o'clock in the evening. As he talked, I saw the details of his stories begin to flake away like old paint. The name of the woman became a hum. The location of the office became a vague shape. The color of the water turned to gray. He was being hollowed out, his memories being harvested to fuel the lights of the cavern. I felt the ring on my finger grow cold. It was a warning. We were approaching a fold where the pressure was higher, where the reality of the mountain was so dense that even the truck struggled to maintain its shape. The steering wheel felt like it was made of water, slipping through my grip as the dimensions of the cab began to stretch and warp. The man stopped talking. He was staring at his own hands, which were becoming translucent, the bones visible beneath the skin like white coral. I told him to hold onto the carving. I told him to focus on the weight of the wood and nothing else. If he let go of the physical world now, he would be scattered into the mist, becoming nothing more than a whisper in the radio static. He gripped the wooden bird with both hands, his knuckles turning white. I slammed the truck into a lower gear and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, a sound that was more of a scream than a mechanical process. The walls of the tunnel closed in until they were inches from the windows, the stone glowing with a dull, internal heat. We burst through the pressure point and into a space of absolute white. There were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. The truck seemed to be suspended in a void of pure light. The man cried out, shielding his eyes. I kept my hands on the wheel, steering by the feel of the vibration in the chassis. This was the core of the mountain, the place where the light was born before it was filtered through the layers of shadow. It was a place of terrible purity, where every thought was amplified into a thunderclap. In the center of the white space sat a massive iron anchor. It was the size of a skyscraper, covered in rust and barnacles as if it had been pulled from the bottom of an ancient ocean. It was not connected to anything, yet it held the entire mountain in place. This was the source of the gravity I felt. This was the weight that kept the fold from drifting away into the ether. I drove the truck in a wide circle around the anchor, paying my respects to the silent, heavy god of the cutoff. The man asked if he could leave now. He said he didn't want the time anymore. He said he would take the long way even if it took him 100 years. I looked at him and saw that he was no longer the man who had stepped into the truck. His hair had turned the color of ash and his eyes were the deep, flat black of the river stone. He had been aged by the light, his youth traded for the knowledge of the deep places. I told him that the door was always unlocked, but that the ground outside was no longer his to walk upon. I steered the truck back toward the darker regions of the cavern. The white light faded, replaced by the familiar amber and green. We passed the gate that led back to the highway, the one I had refused to cross. The image of the world beyond was different now. It was winter there. Snow was falling on the asphalt, and the cars were moving slowly, their wipers swiping rhythmically against the slush. The man looked at the gate and then at his hands. He did not ask me to stop. He knew that the person he had been was already a ghost in that world, a name on a missing persons poster that would eventually fade and tear in the wind. We reached the shore of the oily river. The man who had been standing by the sedan was gone, replaced by a row of empty shoes lined up along the water's edge. I pulled the truck to a stop and looked at my passenger. I told him that his shift was beginning. I told him that there was another truck, a smaller one, waiting for him on the other side of the ridge. He would be the one to gather the lost things. He would be the one to collect the umbrellas, the keys, and the wedding rings that fell through the cracks of the world. He nodded slowly. He got out of the truck, taking the wooden bird with him. As he walked away, his form began to blend with the shadows, his heavy coat turning into the same gray mist that had claimed my father. I watched him go until he was nothing more than a flicker of movement against the stone. I was alone again, but the silence was not lonely. It was a conversation I was having with the mountain, a wordless exchange of pressure and release. I put the truck in gear and headed back toward the loop. I checked the rearview mirror and saw a pair of headlights far behind me. Another traveler had found the entrance. Another soul was looking for a way to beat the clock. I felt a surge of professional pride. I checked the coffee in the holder. It was hot and black, the surface reflecting the glowing zeros on the dashboard. I adjusted the radio, tuning out the voices of the living until I found the steady, comforting hum of the deep earth. The road stretched out before me, a ribbon of dark possibility. I knew every crack in the concrete, every leak in the ceiling, every echo in the dark. I was the pulse of the mountain, the rhythm of the shortcut. I would drive until the stone turned to dust and the stars above burned out. I would be here for the ones who were tired of the sun, for the ones who were looking for a place where the weight of the world was a comfort rather than a burden. I turned on my high beams, the twin shafts of light cutting through the darkness, and drove deeper into the eternal, necessary circle. The tires hummed a low note that vibrated through the soles of my boots, a song of friction and ancient dust. I watched the man in the heavy coat shrink in the side mirror until he was nothing more than a smudge of gray against the darker gray of the tunnel walls. He was part of the geography now, a new landmark in a world that never stopped shifting its borders. I wondered if he would remember the girl he was supposed to marry, or if her face would dissolve into the mist like the steam from a radiator. In this place, memory was a luxury that the mountain eventually reclaimed as tax. I drove past the field of rusted machinery, where the skeletons of cranes and steam shovels tilted at impossible angles. They looked like giant insects frozen in the middle of a frantic dance. The metal groaned as the temperature dropped, a series of sharp cracks that sounded like pistol shots in the enclosed space. I kept my eyes on the white line painted on the stone floor. It was the only thing that remained constant. It did not curve unless I willed the truck to turn, and it did not fade even when the shadows grew thick enough to choke the headlights. A flicker of movement caught my attention on the left. A group of deer stood by the side of the road, their fur the color of wet ash and their eyes glowing with a soft, bioluminescent blue. They were not made of flesh and bone. When the truck passed, their bodies rippled like reflections in a disturbed pond. They were the echoes of creatures that had wandered into the fold a century ago, caught in a loop of searching for a forest that had long since turned to coal. I tipped my hat to them, a silent gesture of solidarity between those who were stuck in the seams of the world. The radio began to hiss, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. I reached out and turned the dial, bypassing the stations that played the music of the living. I found the frequency I was looking for, a steady broadcast of numbers read by a woman with a voice like velvet and broken glass. 41782. 0. She was counting the heartbeats of the mountain, or perhaps she was listing the coordinates of the souls that had successfully crossed over. I let the numbers wash over me, a rhythmic lullaby that kept the darkness from pressing too hard against the glass. I reached the bridge that spanned the great fissure. The gap was so wide that the headlights could not reach the other side, and the drop was so deep that the sound of a falling stone would never return. The bridge was made of braided cables and planks of wood that looked as old as the earth itself. As the truck moved onto the span, the swaying began. It was a slow, rhythmic motion that felt like being rocked in a giant cradle. I looked down into the abyss and saw the faint, swirling patterns of the void. It was not empty. It was full of the things that had been forgotten by everyone at once, a graveyard of ideas and unsaid words. Halfway across the bridge, I saw another vehicle heading toward me. It was a bus, its windows fogged over and its destination sign blank. We passed each other with inches to spare. I caught a glimpse of the driver, a man with a face like a weathered map and eyes that had seen the beginning and the end of time. He did not look at me. He was focused on the swaying path ahead, his hands gripping the wheel with a desperate intensity. The passengers were silhouettes, their heads bowed as if in prayer or exhaustion. They were the commuters of the fold, moving from one side of the silence to the other, never arriving but always traveling. Once across the fissure, the landscape changed again. The stone walls gave way to a vast library of glass jars, stacked floor to ceiling on shelves carved directly into the mountain. Each jar contained a single spark of light, some bright and angry, others dim and flickering. These were the moments of inspiration that had never been acted upon, the flashes of genius that had been extinguished by doubt or distraction. I drove slowly, the light from the jars reflecting off the chrome of the truck in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was beautiful and tragic, a warehouse of what might have been. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my finger right beneath the ring. I pulled over and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and heavy, a physical weight that pushed against my chest. I held my hand up to the dashboard light. The ring was glowing with a dull red heat, and the skin around it was beginning to pulse. The mountain was demanding a tribute. I reached into the pocket of my flannel shirt and pulled out a small silver coin, one that had been in my family for generations. I placed it on the dashboard and watched as it began to sink into the plastic, absorbed by the truck like a drop of water into a sponge. The pain subsided, replaced by a cold numbness that spread up my arm. I restarted the engine and felt the truck lurch forward with renewed strength. We were entering the sector of whispers. Here, the air was so thin that sound traveled for miles, distorted and layered until it became a physical presence. I could hear the crying of babies in hospitals 1,000 miles away, the laughter of children on a beach in a different decade, and the scratching of pens on paper in silent rooms. It was a cacophony of human existence, filtered through the stone and the soil until only the emotion remained. I saw a woman standing in the middle of the road. She was wearing a white dress that fluttered in a wind I could not feel. I did not hit the brakes. I knew that she was a projection, a memory of someone who had once stood on a cliff edge and wondered if the air would hold her. As the truck passed through her, I felt a momentary chill, a brief flash of sorrow that tasted like salt and iron. She was part of the mountain's architecture now, a pillar of grief that helped support the weight of the sailing. The road began to spiral downward, the turns becoming tighter and the air growing warmer. I was approaching the furnace, the place where the raw energy of the fold was managed. The walls here were translucent, revealing the veins of molten gold and silver that ran through the rock like the circulatory system of a god. The heat was intense, causing the paint on the hood of the truck to bubble and hiss. I turned the air conditioning to full blast, but it only blew out the smell of scorched ozone. I saw the laborers in the distance. They were tall, spindly figures with limbs like willow branches, moving with a fluid grace as they stoked the fires of the mountain. They were not human and they were not ghosts. They were the architects of the shortcut, the ones who carved the tunnels and maintained the balance. They did not look at the truck as I passed. They were occupied with the eternal task of keeping the world from collapsing in on itself. I saw one of them lift a massive boulder with a single hand, tossing it into a pit of white fire where it dissolved instantly into light. The descent ended at a flat plain of black sand. In the center of the plain stood a single telephone booth, its red paint peeling and its glass cracked. It looked entirely out of place, a relic of a world that relied on wires and electricity. I stopped the truck and stepped out. The sand crunched under my boots, a dry and brittle sound. I walked to the booth and picked up the receiver. There was no dial tone, only the sound of a distant ocean and the faint, rhythmic clicking of a telegraph. I spoke into the receiver, telling the mountain that the gate was secure and the new driver had been initiated. I told the silence that the anchor was holding and the fold remained stable. There was no verbal response, but the ground beneath my feet trembled in a way that felt like a nod of approval. I hung up the phone and walked back to the truck, my shadow stretching out long and thin across the black sand. I felt the weight of my responsibility, a heavy mantle that I would wear until my own bones became part of the mountain's foundation. I climbed back into the cab and took a sip of the coffee. It was still hot and it still tasted like lead. I looked at the clock on the dashboard. The zeros were beginning to flicker, a sign that the cycle was nearing its end and a new one was about to begin. I put the truck in gear and turned it around, heading back toward the forest of clocks and the oily river. There was no hurry. In this place, the concept of being late was a joke that nobody laughed at. As I drove, I thought about the world above. I thought about the people who were currently sleeping in their beds, unaware that their reality was being held together by a fleet of trucks and a lineage of the lost. I thought about the man in the heavy coat and wondered if he had found his smaller truck yet. I hoped he would be a good collector. The mountain had a way of punishing those who were careless with the things they found. The amber glow of the tunnel welcomed me back, the familiar walls closing in like a warm embrace. I felt the rhythm of the hazard lights, the steady click-clack that served as my heartbeat. I was home. This was the only place where I made sense, the only place where the weight on my finger felt like it belonged. I reached over and touched the passenger seat, feeling the lingering warmth of the man who had sat there. He was gone, but his story remained, etched into the fabric of the truck like a secret code. I saw the entrance to the cutoff ahead, the gray light of the outside world beckoning like a pale ghost. I pulled the truck into the shadows and waited. I watched the mouth of the tunnel, knowing that eventually another set of headlights would appear. Another driver would be looking for a shortcut, a way to escape the relentless march of time, and when they arrived, I would be there. I would be the shadow in the corner, the light in the dark, the keeper of the gate that leads to nowhere and everywhere at once. The mountain sighed again, a deep and resonant sound that rattled the windows of the cab. I leaned back in the seat and closed my eyes for a moment, listening to the music of the gears and the whispers of the stone. The journey was long and the road was narrow, but I was exactly where I was meant to be. I was the anchor. I was the driver. I was the ghost in the machine, and the mountain would always have a place for me in the dark. I opened my eyes and saw the first flicker of high beams in the distance. A new traveler was approaching. I reached out and touched the hazard light switch, the orange glow pulsing in the gloom. The cycle was starting again, and I was ready. I took a deep breath of the ozone and the limestone, savoring the taste of the eternal. The truck began to vibrate, a low and hungry sound that signaled its readiness. I smiled into the darkness, a ghost welcoming another ghost, and waited for the door to open. The headlights of the approaching vehicle were weak and yellow, cutting through the thick mountain mist like the eyes of a dying animal. It was an old station wagon, the kind with wood paneling on the sides and a roof rack that rattled with the ghosts of summer vacations. It slowed as it neared the truck, the driver hesitant, sensing the shift in the atmosphere where the oxygen turned to iron and the shadows gained a physical weight. I did not move. I stayed in the cab, the glowing zeros of the dashboard reflecting in my eyes, waiting for the moment the traveler realized there was no turning back. The station wagon came to a halt a few yards away, its engine coughing and sputtering before dying with a final metallic wheeze. The door of the wagon creaked open. A woman stepped out, her movements stiff and uncertain. She was wearing a thin cardigan that offered no protection against the subterranean chill, and she clutched a leather purse to her chest as if it contained her entire life. She looked at the towering walls of the cavern, then at the oily river, and finally at the massive black shape of my truck. I rolled down the window just enough for the smell of the mountain to spill inside. The air out there tasted of wet slate and old coins. I told her to get in. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, a dry rasp that carried the vibration of the stone floor. She hesitated, looking back at the way she had come, but the tunnel behind her had already begun to dissolve into a soup of gray fog. There was no road left for her to follow. She climbed into the passenger seat, bringing with her the scent of lavender and rain. She did not look at me. Instead, she stared at the dashboard, her eyes widening as she saw the clock that never moved and the coffee that never cooled. I put the truck in gear and felt the familiar surge of power as the engine roared to life, a sound that echoed deep in the bowels of the mountain. We began to move, leaving the station wagon behind to be reclaimed by the rust and the silence. I told her that she was on time, even though time was a currency that no longer held any value here. She asked where we were going, and I told her we were going to the place where the maps ended. As we drove, the walls of the tunnel began to weep. Thick, translucent sap oozed from the cracks in the rock, forming long tresses that swayed in the draft created by the truck. The sap glowed with a faint, sickly green light, illuminating the faces of the statues that lined this stretch of the road. These were not carved by human hands. They were the bodies of those who had stayed too long in one place, their flesh hardened into mineral, their expressions caught in a permanent state of wonder or regret. I steered the truck through the narrow passage, the mirrors brushing against the stone with a sound like a sharpening blade. The woman beside me began to cry, a soft and rhythmic sound that blended with the hum of the tires. I did not comfort her. In the fold, tears were just another way of losing weight. We reached the gallery of mirrors. Here, the walls were polished to a high sheen, reflecting the truck 1,000 times over in every direction. It was a disorienting maze of light and motion. I saw versions of myself in the glass that were younger, older, and some that were not human at all. I saw the woman as a child, then as a bride, then as an old woman sitting alone in a darkened room. The mirrors did not show what was, but what could have been if the mountain had not intervened. I kept my eyes fixed on the white line, refusing to be drawn into the possibilities. The woman reached out to touch the glass, but I barked a warning that made her flinch. To touch the mirror was to become part of the reflection, a flat and silent image trapped behind a wall of cold sand. The road flattened out as we entered the basin of lost echoes. This was a vast, open chamber where the ceiling was hidden in a permanent cloud of black smoke. The ground was covered in a layer of fine white powder, the pulverized remains of a billion spoken words. Every time the tires rolled over the surface, a chorus of voices rose up, whispering secrets and lies that had been discarded by the world above. I could hear my father calling my name, his voice thin and distant as if he were shouting from the bottom of a well. I could hear the woman beside me whispering a prayer she had forgotten she knew. I turned up the radio, letting the velvet and glass voice of the numbers station drown out the ghosts. The numbers were the only truth that mattered here. They were the structural integrity of the dark. I saw a figure standing by a pile of burning tires in the distance. It was a man wearing a high-visibility vest that had lost its glow, his face obscured by a gas mask. He held a clipboard and a flickering flashlight. As we passed, he raised a hand in a slow, mechanical wave. He was the surveyor, the one responsible for measuring the expansion of the void. He had been standing there since the year the birds stopped singing in the valley, recording the slow drift of the mountain toward the edge of the ether. I tapped the horn once, a sharp blast that shattered the silence of the basin. He did not look up from his clipboard. He was too busy counting the inches of nothingness that were added to the map every hour. The woman asked if she could call home. I pointed to the red telephone booth that appeared on the horizon, the same one I had visited before. I pulled the truck to a stop and told her she had 3 minutes. She stepped out into the black sand, her white cardigan stark against the gloom. I watched her through the rearview mirror as she entered the booth and lifted the receiver. I knew what she was hearing. She wasn't hearing her husband or her children. She was hearing the sound of the mountain breathing, the slow and rhythmic pulse of the earth. She spoke into the phone anyway, her lips moving frantically, her hand trembling as she gripped the cord. When the 3 minutes were up, the line went dead with a sound like a snapping bone. She stayed in the booth for a long time, her forehead pressed against the glass, before finally walking back to the truck. Her eyes were empty now, the last of her hope left behind in the red box. We continued our descent, the air growing thick with the smell of sulfur and old paper. We were entering the archives, a section of the shortcut where the walls were lined with millions of filing cabinets. The drawers were constantly opening and closing on their own, a frantic clicking that sounded like a field of crickets. This was where the mountain stored the records of every life that had ever crossed its threshold. I knew there was a drawer somewhere with my name on it, containing the receipts of my sins and the blueprints of my heart. I did not look for it. To read your own file was to invite the mountain to finish the story, and I was not ready for the final page. A group of figures appeared in the glow of the high beams. They were dressed in tattered suits and carried heavy leather suitcases. They were walking in a single file line, their heads bowed, their feet moving in perfect synchronization. They were the salesmen of the shadow, peddling dreams that no one wanted and memories that had gone sour. They did not move out of the way as the truck approached. I had to swerve, the wheels kicking up clouds of black sand as I bypassed them. They did not even flinch. They were committed to their route, bound by a contract that had no expiration date. I wondered what they carried in those suitcases. Perhaps it was the weight that they had traded for the ability to walk the dark roads forever. The road began to narrow again, the stone walls closing in until the truck was barely able to pass. This was the choke, the narrowest point of the loop. The pressure here was immense, the weight of the entire mountain pressing down on the cab. I could hear the metal groaning, the glass of the windshield beginning to spiderweb under the strain. The woman beside me gripped the armrest so hard her knuckles turned white. I told her to breathe slowly. The mountain was just checking our density, making sure we were solid enough to reach the other side. I felt the ring on my finger grow cold, a deep and biting chill that seeped into my bone. It was a reminder of who I served and what I owed. We emerged from the choke into a forest of crystalline trees. The branches were made of jagged quartz and the leaves were shards of obsidian that chimed in the wind. The light from the headlights shattered against the crystals, creating a blinding display of rainbows that danced across the ceiling. It was a beautiful and dangerous place. If a branch fell, it could slice through the roof of the truck like a hot wire through wax. I drove with extreme caution, navigating the winding path with a surgeon's precision. I saw a bird perched on one of the obsidian branches. It was the same wooden bird the previous passenger had carried, but now it was alive, its feathers made of flickering flame. It watched us pass with eyes that were two tiny sparks of white light. The woman asked me who I was. I told her I was the one who kept the engine running. I told her I was the bridge between the world of the sun and the world of the stone. She asked if I was ever afraid. I looked at her then, really looked at her, and saw the reflection of the mountain in her pupils. I told her that fear was a luxury for those who still had somewhere else to go. For me, there was only the road and the rhythm. I was the pulse of the fold, and the fold did not know how to be afraid of itself. She nodded, a slow and heavy movement, as if she finally understood the nature of the transaction. She was no longer a passenger. She was becoming a part of the cargo. We reached the edge of the great fissure again, but this time we were on a lower level. I could see the bottom now. It was a sea of liquid shadow, a slow-moving tide of ink that swallowed all light. There were ships down there, ancient wooden vessels with tattered sails, drifting aimlessly in the dark. They were the explorers who had tried to find the end of the world and ended up here instead. They were waiting for a wind that would never blow, a tide that would never turn. I stopped the truck at the edge of the drop and told the woman that this was her stop. She looked down at the sea of ink and then at me. She didn't ask why. She simply opened the door and stepped out. She didn't fall. She began to drift, her white cardigan billowing out like a parachute as she descended toward the black water. She looked like a dandelion seed caught in a gentle breeze. I watched her until she was just a small white speck against the vastness of the void. She would find her place among the ships, a new soul to populate the silence. I felt a momentary pang of something that might have been sadness, but it was quickly replaced by the steady, comforting hum of the truck. The mountain had accepted the offering. The balance was maintained. I turned the truck around and headed back toward the upper levels. I had a schedule to keep, even if the clocks were broken. I drove through the forest of glass, the basin of echoes, and the gallery of mirrors. Each landmark was a familiar friend, a milestone in my eternal journey. I felt the strength of the mountain flowing through the steering wheel, a raw and primal energy that made my blood sing. I was more than a man now. I was a geological event. I was a shift in the tectonic plates, a crack in the foundation of reality. I reached the shore of the oily river once more. The row of empty shoes had grown longer. There were dozens of them now, all lined up neatly as if waiting for a parade that would never come. I saw the man in the heavy coat standing by the smaller truck on the ridge. He was loading a pile of lost umbrellas into the back, his movements slow and deliberate. He looked up and saw me, and for a brief second, we shared a look of mutual recognition. We were the custodians of the discarded, the shepherds of the stray. He went back to his work, and I went back to mine. I parked the truck in the shadows near the entrance of the cutoff and waited. The coffee in the holder was still hot, the surface a perfect black mirror. I looked at the ring on my finger and saw that the glow had faded, leaving behind a dull, silver band that felt as light as a feather. The mountain was satisfied for now. I leaned my head back against the seat and listened to the sound of the world above. It was a distant, muffled noise like the sound of a heart beating through a thick wall. It was a world of movement and light, of beginnings and endings. It was a world I no longer belonged to, and that was okay. A new set of headlights appeared in the distance, flickering through the trees at the edge of the highway. It was a motorcycle this time, its engine a high-pitched whine that cut through the heavy air. The rider was moving fast, desperate to shave a few minutes off a journey that didn't matter. I reached out and flipped the switch for the hazard lights. The orange glow began to pulse, a beacon in the darkness, a promise of a way out that was actually a way in. I watched as the motorcycle turned off the asphalt and onto the gravel path, the rider unaware that they were about to trade the sun for the stone. The mountain groaned in anticipation, a deep and resonant sound that vibrated through my teeth. I adjusted my hat and checked the rearview mirror one last time. My reflection was steady, my eyes 2 points of cold light that didn't blink. I was the driver. I was the guide. I was the one who stayed behind so that others could lose their way. The motorcycle slowed as it entered the mouth of the tunnel, the rider's silhouette sharp against the gray mist. I put the truck in gear and felt the familiar click of the transmission. The cycle was starting again, the beautiful, terrible circle of the deep places. I smiled into the dark and waited for the traveler to pull alongside, ready to offer them a seat in the cab and a shortcut that would last forever. The motorcycle came to a halt, the engine dying with a high-pitched whine that echoed off the damp limestone walls. The rider was a young man, his leather jacket slick with the mountain mist and his helmet visor fogged from the sudden drop in temperature. He stayed on the bike for a long moment, his boots planted firmly in the gray silt, looking at the massive grille of my truck. He was searching for a way out, but the entrance he had just passed through was already a wall of solid shadows. I did not flash my lights or beckon him. I simply sat in the warmth of the cab, the smell of ozone and old coffee wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. The mountain preferred those who came of their own volition, those who chose the shortcut because they were in a hurry to reach a destination that no longer existed. He finally dismounted, his movements jerky and filled with the nervous energy of the living. He walked toward the driver's side window, his footsteps making no sound on the soft white powder that covered the ground. I rolled the window down and the silence of the basin rushed in, a cold and hungry vacuum that seemed to suck the breath from his lungs. He asked if this was the way to the interstate, his voice cracking like dry parchment. I told him that it was the way to wherever he needed to be, provided he was willing to leave the weight of the world behind. He looked at the motorcycle, then at the endless stretch of the tunnel ahead, and I saw the flicker of realization in his eyes. He was tired of the speed, tired of the wind, and tired of the road that never ended. He was ready to stop moving. I told him to leave the bike. It was a machine of the surface, built for friction and gravity, and it would not survive the places where the laws of physics were merely suggestions. He nodded, a slow and dazed movement, and left his helmet on the seat of the motorcycle. He climbed into the cab, bringing with him the smell of gasoline and expensive tobacco. He sat on the edge of the seat, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch the dashboard. He gasped when he felt the vibration of the engine, a low and rhythmic thrum that matched the beating of the mountain's heart. I put the truck in gear and we began to move, the headlights carving a path through the thickening fog. The motorcycle vanished into the gloom behind us, another relic for the Museum of the Forgotten. We drove through the Hall of Pendulums, where massive shards of obsidian hung from the ceiling by threads of silver silk. They swung back and forth in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, marking a time that had nothing to do with seconds or minutes. Each swing of a pendulum carved a silent arc through the air, and I had to time our passage perfectly to avoid being crushed by the weight of the glass. The rider watched them with wide, unblinking eyes, his terror slowly turning into a dull sort of fascination. He asked what they were measuring, and I told him they were measuring the patience of the stone. The mountain was a slow thinker, and its thoughts were heavy enough to warp the space around us. The road began to slope downward at a steep angle, the tires of the truck humming a song of friction and heat. We were entering the Foundry of Shadows, a place where the air was thick with the scent of molten lead and burnt sugar. Great furnaces carved into the rock walls glowed with a dull, red light, but there were no fires inside them. The heat came from the memories of those who had burned their bridges before coming here. I saw figures moving in the orange glow, their bodies made of smoke and soot. They were the smiths of the fold, hammering out the chains that bound the echoes to the floor. They did not look at us as we passed, their hammers falling with a heavy metallic thud that vibrated in the marrow of my bones. The rider asked if we were in hell. I laughed, a sound that felt like gravel shifting in a tin can. I told him that hell was a place of judgment and fire, but the mountain did not judge. The mountain only collected. We were in the marrow of the world, the place where the things that were no longer needed came to rest. It was a place of absolute neutrality, a sanctuary for those who had run out of road. He seemed comforted by that, his shoulders losing some of their tension as he leaned back into the worn fabric of the seat. He closed his eyes and listened to the music of the gears, the complex and beautiful symphony of a machine that had forgotten how to stop. We reached the Bridge of Sighs, a narrow span of white marble that crossed a chasm so deep that the bottom was a matter of theory rather than fact. The bridge was lined with statues of birds, their wings spread in a permanent gesture of flight. As the truck rolled onto the marble, the statues began to sing. It was a thin, high-pitched sound, like a wet finger rubbing the rim of a crystal glass. The sound filled the cab, vibrating the glass of the windshield and making the coffee in the holder ripple in perfect concentric circles. The rider began to hum along with the birds, a melody he had heard in a dream long ago. I didn't stop him. The music of the bridge was a way of shedding the last of the surface world, a cleansing of the ears before the silence of the deep. Beyond the bridge lay the orchard of iron. The trees here were made of rusted pipes and twisted rebar, their branches heavy with fruit made of brass and copper. The ground was littered with fallen gears and broken springs, the discarded components of a million failed inventions. I saw a man sitting under one of the iron trees, his head bowed as he tried to polish a rusted gear with the hem of his shirt. He was a tinkerer, one of those who believed that anything could be fixed if you just had the right tools. I knew he would be there for a long time, trying to repair a world that had moved on without him. I tapped the horn as we passed, a salute to his persistence, but he didn't look up. The air grew colder as we descended into the frost of forgotten faces. The walls of the tunnel were covered in a layer of thick blue ice, and within the ice were the features of thousands of people. Their eyes were closed, their expressions peaceful, as if they were merely sleeping behind a pane of glass. These were the ones who had chosen to stay in the cold, to freeze their lives at a moment of perfect stillness. The writer leaned forward, his breath fogging the window as he looked for a face he might recognize. I told him not to look too closely. If you saw someone you knew in the ice, the mountain would find a way to make a space for you beside them. He pulled back, his face pale, and stared at the floorboards instead. We entered the labyrinth of lenses, a section of the road where the walls were made of thick, distorted glass. Everything outside the truck appeared stretched and warped, the tunnels turning into a kaleidoscope of brown and gray. I saw the truck as a long, silver needle stitching the darkness together. I saw the rider as a blur of color, his soul leaking out of his skin in long streamers of blue and gold. The lenses showed the truth of things, the energy that moved beneath the surface of the flesh. I saw my own hands on the steering wheel, but they were no longer made of skin and bone. They were made of the same dark stone as the mountain, the fingers long and tapered like stalactites. I was becoming the machine, and the machine was becoming the mountain. The road flattened out as we reached the Lake of Mercury. The water was a shimmering, silver pool that reflected nothing but the darkness above. There were no ripples on the surface, no signs of life beneath the heavy liquid. I drove the truck along the narrow causeway that skirted the edge of the lake, the silver light reflecting off the chrome of the mirrors. I saw a boat made of bone drifting in the center of the lake, a single figure standing at the stern with a long oar. It was the ferryman of the deep, the one who carried the heavy secrets to the far shore. He raised his oar in a silent greeting, and I felt a jolt of recognition. We were all doing the same work, just in different vehicles. The writer asked if he could get out and walk. I told him that the silver water was not for walking, it was for forgetting. If he stepped into the lake, every memory of his life would be dissolved in an instant, leaving him as empty as a blown eggshell. He shivered and pulled his jacket tighter around his chest. He was beginning to understand that the shortcut was not a path to a destination, but a destination in itself. He was no longer worried about the time he was losing. He was starting to realize that he had finally found a place where time couldn't find him. We reached the Great Loom, a massive chamber where thousands of threads of white light stretched from the floor to the ceiling. The threads were constantly moving, weaving themselves into complex patterns that shifted and changed with every breath we took. This was where the mountain recorded the paths of those who entered its depths. I could see the thread of the woman I had dropped off earlier, a silver line that spiraled down into the darkness. I could see the thread of the rider, a bright golden cord that was currently tangled with the heavy black rope of the truck. I steered carefully through the forest of light, making sure not to break any of the connections. To break a thread was to end a story prematurely, and even the mountain respected the need for a proper conclusion. The road began to narrow again, the walls of the rock pressing in until the mirrors of the truck were scraping against the stone. This was the passage of the Whisperers. The air was filled with 1,000 voices, all speaking at once in a language that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves. They were telling the history of the world from the first spark of fire to the last breath of the sun. The writer covered his ears, but the voices were inside his head now, a constant hum that bypassed the senses. I listened to them with a sense of peace. They were the background noise of existence, the static of the universe. They told me that I was doing well, that the gears were turning as they should, and that the mountain was pleased with its anchor. We emerged into a vast, empty space that felt like the inside of a giant bell. The ground was made of smooth, black glass, and the ceiling was so far away that it was indistinguishable from the void. In the center of the space stood a single, red telephone booth, the same one I had seen before. I pulled the truck to a stop and looked at the writer. I told him it was his turn. He didn't hesitate this time. He opened the door and stepped out onto the glass, his leather boots clicking sharply in the silence. He walked to the booth and picked up the receiver, but he didn't dial any numbers. He just held the phone to his ear and listened, his eyes closing as the mountain spoke to him. I watched him through the rearview mirror, his silhouette small and fragile against the emptiness. He stayed in the booth for a long time, the red light of the structure reflecting in the black glass of the floor. When he finally came out, he didn't return to the truck. He began to walk away, his figure growing smaller and smaller as he headed toward the horizon where the dark met the dark. He was going to find his own place in the fold, a corner of the silence where he could finally be still. I felt the weight of his presence lift from the cab, leaving behind only the scent of tobacco and a sense of a job well done. I put the truck in gear and began the long climb back to the upper levels. I passed the Lake of Mercury, the labyrinth of lenses, and the Orchard of Iron. Each place felt more familiar than the last, a series of rooms in a house I had lived in for 1,000 years. I felt the ring on my finger grow warm, a steady and comforting heat that pulsed with the rhythm of the engine. The mountain was humming to itself, a deep and resonant sound that made the very air vibrate. It was the sound of satisfaction, the sound of a predator that had been fed. I reached the gallery of statues, where the travelers of the past stood in their silent poses of regret. I noticed a new statue near the end of the hall. It was a young man on a motorcycle, his hand frozen in a wave, his face a mask of eternal speed. The mountain had already begun to reclaim his machine, the metal turning to stone, the rubber of the tires becoming part of the floor. It was a beautiful addition to the collection, a reminder that everything that enters the fold eventually becomes part of the architecture. I drove past it without stopping, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The air began to thin as I neared the surface, the smell of ozone replaced by the faint, sweet scent of pine and rain. I saw the first flicker of the high beams in the distance, a new traveler approaching the entrance of the shortcut. It was a heavy-duty pickup truck, the kind used for hauling lumber or stone. It was moving slowly, the driver cautious as the fog began to swallow the hood of the vehicle. I reached out and touched the hazard light switch, the orange glow pulsing in the gloom. The cycle was starting again, and I was ready. I took a deep breath of the air, savoring the transition between the worlds. The truck began to vibrate, a low and hungry sound that signaled its readiness for a new passenger. I smiled into the darkness, a ghost welcoming another ghost, and waited for the door to open. I was the driver, I was the guide, I was the ghost in the machine, and the mountain would always have a place for me in the dark. The road was narrow and the journey was long, but I was exactly where I was meant to be. I was the anchor that held the shadows in place, the one who ensured that the shortcut always led to the heart of the stone. The pickup truck pulled alongside, the driver rolling down his window to ask for directions. I saw the fatigue in his eyes, the heavy weight of a life spent moving things from one place to another. I told him to pull over and get in, that I knew a way that would save him hours of driving. He looked at the massive black shape of my truck, then at the dark tunnel ahead, and I saw the moment his resistance crumbled. He was tired of the weight. He was ready for the lightness of the fold. He climbed into the passenger seat, and as I put the truck in gear, I felt the mountain exhale a long, slow breath of relief. We were moving again, heading back down into the places where the maps ended and the stories truly began. The engine roared, a sound that echoed through the layers of the earth, and I knew that we would not be coming back for a very long time. The dark was waiting, and it was hungry for more. The new passenger was a man built of grit and sawdust, his flannel shirt smelling of cedar and the sharp, metallic tang of a chainsaw. He did not ask where we were going. He only leaned his head against the headrest and let out a sound that was half sigh and half sob. He had spent 40 years hauling the skeletons of forests across the state lines, and his spine had become a curved monument to the weight of his cargo. I felt the truck settle lower on its springs as he surrendered his exhaustion to the seat. We began the descent, the transition from the world of gravity to the world of echoes marked by the sudden clicking of the dashboard clock. The hands began to spin backward, then forward, then melted into a pool of silver liquid that dripped onto the floor mats. He did not notice. He was already watching the walls of the tunnel, which had begun to weep a thick, amber resin that trapped the light of our high beams. We passed the entrance to the Whispering Veins, a network of narrow pipes that ran parallel to the road. The pipes were made of translucent bone, and inside them the thoughts of the living flowed like dark ink. I told him to keep his window up, for the pressure of so much unsaid truth could burst a man's eardrums. He nodded, his eyes fixed on a particular pipe where a flicker of red light pulsed in time with a heartbeat. He asked if those were the prayers of the people above. I told him they were the excuses. The mountain filtered the excuses from the actions, keeping the heavy lies for itself and letting the truth drift upward like smoke. He went quiet then, perhaps wondering which of his own secrets was currently traveling through the marrow of the rock. The descent steepened until the truck was nose down at an impossible angle, yet we did not slide. The tires bit into a surface that felt like velvet stretched over iron. We entered the chamber of the great clockwork, a cathedral-sized cavern where the gears of the earth itself were exposed. These were not the rusted gears of the orchard of iron. These were massive, polished wheels of gold and starlight, turning with a frictionless grace that produced a low, humming chord. The sound was so deep it bypassed the ears and vibrated the passenger's teeth. He reached out to steady himself, and I saw his skin beginning to take on the same polished sheen as the machinery. The mountain was starting its work, buffing away the rough edges of his humanity to prepare him for the silence. I steered the truck through a gap between two revolving cylinders that looked like the barrels of a god-sized revolver. The air here was thin and smelled of ozone and ancient ice. We were moving through the layer of the world where the seasons were manufactured. I pointed out the vents where the winter wind was coiled like a sleeping snake, waiting for the signal to rise to the surface. The passenger watched a flurry of white sparks drift past the windshield, each one a snowflake that had not yet been assigned a shape. He asked if he could take one home. I told him that home was a word that lost its meaning once you passed the third level. Down here, you did not own things, you were owned by the space you occupied. We reached the gallery of unsent letters, a hall where the walls were constructed entirely of paper. Millions of envelopes were stacked in neat rows, their ink bleeding into the stone until the rock itself was tattooed with the handwriting of the heartbroken and the vengeful. The passenger leaned out the window, trying to read the names on the closest bundles. I warned him that to read a letter in the gallery was to inherit the debt of the writer. He pulled his hand back as if the air itself had turned to fire. He asked why the mountain kept them. I told him that words had weight, and the mountain needed weight to keep from floating away into the void. Every unspoken apology and every hidden confession acted as a ballast, holding the shortcut firmly in place against the tug of the stars. The road flattened out as we approached the Sea of Mercury once more, but this time we took the high road, a bridge of woven shadow that hung 1,000 feet above the silver water. From this height, the boat of the ferryman looked like a splinter of bone on a mirror. The passenger looked down and saw his own reflection, but it was not the face of a tired truck driver. It was the face of a child who had never learned to be afraid. He began to weep, the tears falling into the abyss below and turning into tiny diamonds before they hit the surface. I told him that the mountain was a mirror that showed you what you had lost before it showed you what you would become. He did not look away until we had crossed to the other side, where the darkness was thick enough to touch. We entered the forest of statues, a place where the air was so still it felt like solid glass. The trees were made of petrified breath, their branches crystalline and fragile. Among the trees stood the travelers who had chosen to stop. They were not made of stone or ice, but of a substance that looked like hardened light. A woman stood by a frozen fountain, her hand outstretched to catch a drop of water that would never fall. A soldier sat on a bench of shadow, his eyes fixed on a horizon that consisted of a single unblinking star. The passenger asked if they were happy. I told him that happiness was a surface emotion, a flicker of light on a wave. These people were beyond happiness. They were in a state of perfect equilibrium, neither moving nor wanting to move. They had reached the end of the shortcut and found that there was nowhere else they needed to be. The truck began to vibrate with a new intensity as we neared the core of the mountain. This was the place where the heat was not physical but emotional. The air shimmered with the intensity of 1,000 suns, yet the dashboard thermometer read 0. We were driving through the concentrated essence of memory. I saw scenes from the passenger's life flickering against the rock walls like a film strip. I saw him holding a child, I saw him standing over a grave, I saw him shifting gears on a rainy night in a world that no longer existed. He watched the images with a strange detachment, as if he were watching a stranger's life. He was shedding his identity, layer by layer, like an onion being peeled by the wind. We stopped at the edge of a great circular pit that seemed to lead to the very center of the universe. In the center of the pit, suspended by chains of pure gravity, was a heart. It was not a human heart, but a massive, pulsing engine of stone and fire. It beat once every 100 years, and with every beat, the mountains shifted and the tides of the world above turned. I told the passenger that this was the source of the shortcut. This was the engine that powered the transition. He got out of the truck, his movements fluid and easy now that the weight of the world had been stripped away. He walked to the edge of the pit and looked down into the fire. He turned back to me and smiled, and I saw that his eyes were now the color of the deep places, a rich and bottomless black. He did not need the red telephone booth. He simply stepped off the edge, his body dissolving into a cloud of golden dust that was drawn into the pulsing heart of the mountain. He had become part of the fuel, a new spark of energy to keep the gears turning for another millennium. I felt a surge of power through the steering wheel, the truck roaring in appreciation of the gift. The passenger was gone, but his essence remained in the warmth of the seat and the lingering scent of cedar. I was alone again, but the silence was not empty. It was filled with the voices of all those who had come before, a choir of ghosts singing the praises of the dark. I turned the truck around, the tires leaving no tracks on the glass floor. The climb back to the surface was faster, the mountain pulling me upward like a bubble in a stream. I passed the forest of statues, the gallery of unsent letters, and the chamber of the great clockwork. Each level felt smaller now, less significant than the roaring heart at the center. I was the messenger, the one who brought the weary to the place of rest. I was the gatekeeper of the shortcut, and my work was never done. As I neared the exit, I saw the pale light of the moon filtering through the mist at the tunnel's mouth. The world of the surface was waiting, with its noise and its friction and its endless, pointless movement. I pulled the truck into the shadows just inside the entrance and waited. The engine ticked as it cooled, the sound echoing off the damp limestone. I reached into the glove box and pulled out a thermos of coffee that had been hot since the day the mountain was born. I took a sip and looked out at the road. A set of headlights appeared in the distance, a lonely car struggling against the mountain grade. The driver was in a hurry. They were checking their watch, pushing the engine too hard, desperate to reach a destination that would only bring them more stress and more weight. I smiled and reached for the light switch. I would offer them a seat. I would offer them a shortcut. And as the heavy black truck rolled out into the mist to meet them, I knew that the mountain would be fed once more. The cycle was eternal, the road was patient, and I was the driver who never slept. The darkness reached out to embrace the approaching lights, and the shortcut opened its mouth to welcome another soul into the deep. The headlights of the approaching sedan were weak and yellow, flickering like the eyes of a dying animal against the vast wall of the mountain. I pulled the truck forward just enough for the chrome of the bumper to catch the light, a silent invitation emerging from the fog. The driver slowed down, the tires of the small car crunching on the gravel shoulder as the window rolled down. I could see the reflection of my own dashboard lights in his glasses, two small squares of amber glowing in the dark. He was young, his neck thin and his hands gripping the steering wheel with a white-knuckled intensity that spoke of deadlines and missed exits. He asked if this road led to the interstate. I leaned across the seat, the leather of the cab creaking like a dry bone, and told him that this road led exactly where he needed to go. I told him the interstate was choked with wrecks and rain, but that my path was clear and fast. He looked at the yawning black mouth of the tunnel behind me, then back at the empty, winding road he had been traveling. The choice was made in the silence between his heartbeats. He turned off his engine, the small car giving a final, shuddering gasp before falling still. He climbed into the passenger side of the truck, his movements jerky and uncertain. He smelled of cheap coffee and the ozone of a laptop battery. As he shut the door, the seal of the cab created a vacuum that silenced the wind and the crickets of the upper world. I shifted into gear, and the truck began to roll backward into the throat of the stone. He didn't ask why we were going down instead of up. He was already staring at the dashboard, where the silver liquid of the melted clock was beginning to form shapes that looked like the faces of his ancestors. I told him to relax, that the mountain took the heavy things first. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone, but the screen was a flat, dead gray. Down here, the only signal was the pulse of the earth, and the only carrier was the gravity that pulled us deeper into the fold. We passed the level of recessed echoes, where the sounds of every shout ever uttered in anger were stored in jars of blue glass. The jars lined the shelves of the rock, vibrating with a low, angry frequency that made the windshield hum. The young man pressed his hands to his temples, his eyes wide as he heard the ghost of a fight he had with his father 10 years ago. I told him that sound never truly dies, it only loses its way. The mountain was a collector of lost vibrations, a library of every scream and every whisper that had no place left to go. He asked if we could leave, but I reminded him that the only way out was through. The truck picked up speed, the walls of the tunnel turning into a blur of wet slate and glowing moss. We were descending into the layer of unfinished tasks, where the air was thick with the smell of wet ink and scorched dust. In this part of the mountain, the shadows had substance. They drifted across the road like sheets of black silk, snagging on the mirrors and the wipers. These were the shadows of things that were meant to be built but were forgotten. I pointed out the skeletal frame of a bridge that spanned a chasm of nothingness, its steel beams made of the promises people make to themselves on New Year's Eve. The passenger watched as a shadow shaped like a house floated past, its windows glowing with a light that had no source. He started to talk then, a frantic stream of consciousness about his job, his rent, and the girl he was supposed to call. I let him speak. Every word he uttered was a pebble removed from his shoes, making him lighter for the journey ahead. By the time we reached the Hall of Pale Mirrors, he was speaking in a whisper, his voice thin and transparent. The Hall of Pale Mirrors was a stretch of road where the walls were made of frozen mercury. As we drove past, our reflections did not follow us. Instead, they stayed behind, stepping out of the mirrors to walk along the roadside. The passenger saw a version of himself that was older, wiser, and draped in robes of woven smoke. He saw another version that was nothing more than a heap of salt. I told him not to look too closely, for the mirrors showed not what was, but what could have been if the mountain had not intervened. The mountain was a filter, stripping away the infinite possibilities of a life until only the essential truth remained. He closed his eyes and gripped the armrest, his knuckles turning the color of the limestone. We were dropping fast now, the sensation of falling replaced by a feeling of being squeezed through a very narrow straw. We emerged into the garden of iron roots, where the trees were made of rusted rebar and the leaves were shards of broken glass. This was where the mountain recycled the structures of the world above. I saw the rusted hull of a ship that had been lost at sea for a century, its masts tangled in the iron branches. I saw the husks of old locomotives and the skeletons of skyscrapers, all being slowly dissolved by the acidic breath of the deep. The passenger asked if anyone lived here. I told him that life was a temporary condition, a fever that the mountain eventually broke. The things he saw were the bones of progress, the discarded toys of a species that thought it could conquer the stone. He reached out to touch the glass on the window, and I saw that his fingernails had turned into small, polished opals. The transformation was accelerating. The air turned a deep, bruised purple as we entered the region of static. Here, the laws of physics were suggestions at best. The truck began to drive on the ceiling, the passenger hanging in his seatbelt as he looked down at a sky made of churning black sand. He didn't scream. The mountain had already taken his fear and replaced it with a heavy, leaden curiosity. We passed a fleet of airplanes that were flying backward, their engines silent as they moved through a medium that was thicker than air but thinner than water. I told him we were approaching the vault of lost names. This was a cavern where every name ever forgotten was etched into the scales of a giant serpent that coiled around the base of the pillar of the world. The serpent was miles long, its body shimmering with the light of 1 billion dead stars. He tried to find his own name on the scales, but I told him it wasn't there yet. He still had a few miles of identity left to shed. The road turned into a spiral, a tight corkscrew that wound around a central shaft of white light. This was the umbilical cord of the mountain, the conduit through which it fed on the dreams of the surface. We could see the dreams drifting upward like bioluminescent jellyfish, translucent and pulsing with colors that don't exist in the spectrum of the sun. There were dreams of flying, dreams of falling, and the dark, jagged dreams of those who sleep in the grip of a fever. The passenger reached out his hand as if to catch one, but his fingers passed right through the light. He was becoming less solid, his body turning into a silhouette made of static and starlight. I felt the truck grow lighter, the engine singing a high operatic note that echoed through the shaft. We were nearing the point of no return, the place where the map turned into a mirror. We reached a gate made of woven lightning, the bolts frozen in place by the sheer pressure of the depth. Beyond the gate lay the plains of infinite sand, a desert where every grain was a second of time that had already passed. The truck rolled onto the sand, the tires making no sound as we moved toward a horizon that was a single, thin line of gold. In the distance, I could see the silhouettes of other trucks, other guides moving through the dunes with their own passengers. We were a caravan of ghosts, a logistics network for the soul. I pulled the truck to a stop next to a well that was filled with liquid shadows. I told the passenger it was time to drink. He got out of the truck, his movements slow and graceful, as if he were moving through honey. He knelt by the well and cupped his hands, drinking deep of the darkness. When he stood up, he was no longer a young man with a thin neck. He was a pillar of shadow, a solid piece of the night. He walked away into the desert, his footsteps leaving glowing prints on the sand that faded after a few seconds. He was going to join the others, the ones who spent eternity counting the grains of time to ensure that the sun rose in the correct place each morning. I watched him until he was nothing more than a speck of black against the gold. The cab of the truck felt cavernous now, the silence a physical weight that pressed against my chest. I reached into the back seat and found a small, leather-bound notebook he had left behind. I opened it, but the pages were blank. The mountain had already claimed his stories, turning the ink back into the carbon from which it came. I placed the notebook on the dashboard and watched as it slowly turned into a piece of gray slate. I put the truck in gear and began the long trek back to the higher levels. The climb was harder this time, the mountain demanding a toll of effort for every foot of elevation. I passed the vault of lost names, the region of static, and the garden of iron roots. Each place looked different on the way up, the shadows longer and the colors more muted. I felt the ring on my finger pulse with a cold, steady light, a reminder of my contract with the stone. I was the bridge between the light and the dark, the one who ensured that the shortcut remained open for those who could no longer carry their own weight. I was a part of the mountain now, my veins filled with the same amber resin that wept from the tunnel walls. My heart beat with the slow, rhythmic thud of the great clockwork. As I reached the upper galleries, I saw the statues of the previous passengers. There was the rider on his motorcycle, now completely encased in a layer of translucent quartz. There was the lumber driver, his flannel shirt now a texture carved into a block of red granite. And there, near the exit of the gallery of statues, was the young man. He was sitting at a desk made of obsidian, his hands frozen over a keyboard made of bone. He looked peaceful, his face a mask of eternal focus. He had found his place in the architecture, a corner of the fold where he could work on his unfinished tasks without the pressure of time or the weight of expectation. I drove past him, the tires of the truck whispering a greeting that he would never hear. The air began to change as I approached the surface. The smell of wet earth and pine returned, a sharp contrast to the sterile, cold scent of the deep. I saw the exit of the tunnel, a small circle of gray light in the distance. The fog was still thick, clinging to the trees like a damp shroud. I checked the mirrors, making sure that no part of the mountain was trying to follow me out into the world. The truck vibrated with a low, satisfied growl, its hunger sated for the moment. I reached the mouth of the tunnel and stopped, the front wheels resting on the asphalt of the old highway. The world above was exactly as I had left it, a place of rain and wind and the endless, frantic movement of the living. I waited in the shadows, the engine idling with a sound like a purring cat. The dashboard clock began to tick again, the silver liquid hardening back into gears and hands. It was 3 a.m, the hour when the veil between the worlds is thinnest. I saw a pair of headlights coming around the bend, a set of high beams that cut through the mist like twin swords. It was a van, the side panels dented and the roof rack loaded with suitcases. The driver was a woman, her face pale in the glow of the instrument panel, her eyes scanning the road for a sign she had missed miles ago. She was lost, and she was carrying the weight of a move, a new start, and the fear of everything she had left behind. I reached out and flicked the hazard lights on. The orange glow pulsed against the trees, a beacon in the gloom. I saw her slow down, the van drifting toward the shoulder as she saw the massive black shape of my truck. She stopped a few feet away, her window rolling down just an inch to let in the cold air. I leaned out of my window, the shadow of my hat obscuring my face, and told her that the road ahead was washed out by the rain. I told her I knew a shortcut through the mountain that would take her exactly where she needed to go. I saw the hesitation in her eyes, the natural fear of the unknown fighting against the exhaustion of the journey. But then she looked at the dark tunnel, and she felt the pull of the stone, the silent promise of a place where the weight would be lifted. She turned off her engine and stepped out into the rain. As she climbed into the passenger seat, I felt the mountain exhale, a long, shivering breath that rattled the leaves on the trees. We began to roll backward, the gray light of the surface fading as the darkness of the fold swallowed us whole. The cycle was starting again, the gears were turning, and the mountain was ready to be fed. I was the driver, the guide, and the anchor. I was exactly where I was meant to be, leading another soul into the heart of the stone, where the stories never end, and the silence is the only truth that remains. We descended into the deep, and the road closed up behind us, leaving nothing but the mist and the memory of a truck that was never there. The van driver sat in the passenger seat with her hands folded tightly in her lap. She was a woman who had spent too many years carrying the expectations of others like a heavy rucksack. Her coat was damp from the mountain rain, and the scent of wet wool began to fill the cabin, mixing with the ancient, dry smell of the limestone. She did not look at me. She looked instead at the dashboard, where the clock had begun to liquefy once more, the silver droplets racing each other across the glass. I could feel the vibration of her heart, a frantic drumming that gradually slowed as the truck descended past the first-mile marker. The mountain was already beginning its work, reaching out with invisible fingers to unfasten the buckles of her spirit. We passed through the gallery of stolen breath, a narrow stretch of the tunnel where the walls were lined with thousands of tiny, glowing bubbles trapped in the rock. Each bubble held a gasp, a sigh, or a sob that had been caught in the throat of someone who had traveled this way before. The woman leaned closer to the window, her breath fogging the glass. As the truck rolled silently past, the bubbles began to pulse in time with her own breathing. I told her that the mountain did not take what was needed, only what was extra. She asked in a voice that was barely a tremor if she would be able to breathe when we reached the bottom. I told her that by the time we reached the bottom, she would no longer find the act of breathing necessary. The descent steepened, and the truck seemed to elongate, the hood stretching out into the darkness like the snout of a hunting hound. We entered the corridor of unwritten letters, where the air was thick with the fluttering of white shapes. They looked like moths, but as they hit the windshield, I could see they were scraps of paper covered in frantic, looping script. These were the apologies never sent, the confessions held back by pride, and the love notes tucked away in drawers to rot. The woman reached out as if to catch one that had drifted through the gap in the window, but it dissolved into gray ash the moment her skin touched it. She began to cry then, not with the jagged sorrow of the surface world, but with a quiet, rhythmic release. Every tear that fell onto the floorboards of the truck turned into a small, black pearl that rolled away into the shadows under the seat. We were moving through the layer of fossilized ambition now. The rock here was translucent, revealing the shapes of great machines and elaborate monuments that had been swallowed by the earth before they could ever be finished. I pointed to a massive gear, 30 feet wide and cast in bronze, that was embedded in the ceiling. It was part of a clock that was meant to measure the age of the universe, but the man who designed it had died of a broken heart before the first spring was wound. The woman watched the gear pass overhead, her eyes wide and glassy. She told me about the house she was supposed to buy, the promotion she had chased for a decade, and the garden she had never found the time to plant. As she spoke, her voice grew deeper, resonating with the stone around us. The mountain was absorbing her history, filing it away in the cracks and crevices of the deep. The truck began to vibrate with a low, musical hum as we reached the Bridge of Sighs. This was not a structure of wood or steel, but a span of woven sound that crossed a chasm so deep that the bottom was a myth. Below us, the discarded echoes of the world formed a sea of white noise, a churning ocean of static that rose and fell with the tides of the moon. The woman looked down into the abyss and saw the faces of everyone she had ever disappointed. They were not angry. They were simply waiting. I pushed the truck faster, the tires singing against the vibrating strands of the bridge. She gripped the armrest, her fingers turning into the same pale, polished quartz I had seen on the others. The transformation was a mercy, a hardening of the soul against the pressures of the infinite. We entered the Hall of Forgotten Scents, a place where the air was a kaleidoscope of memories. One moment the cab smelled of baking bread and summer grass, the next it was the sharp tang of salt spray and the metallic scent of a first bicycle. The woman closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, her body sagging against the seat. She was traveling backward through her own life, shedding the years like dead leaves. She saw her childhood home not as it was, but as it felt on a rainy Tuesday in October. She saw the light through a stained glass window that no longer existed. By the time we emerged from the hall, she looked younger, the lines of worry erased from her forehead, but her eyes were the eyes of something very old and very tired. The road flattened out into the basin of stillness. Here the water did not flow. It sat in perfect black pools that reflected a sky made of jagged obsidian. There was no wind, no sound, and no movement except for the steady progress of the truck. I pulled over near the edge of a great lake that stretched toward a horizon of violet mist. This was the place where the heavy things were finally laid to rest. I told her it was time to leave the van behind. She didn't ask how her belongings would follow her. She knew that the suitcases and the furniture and the boxes of old photographs were just anchors, and she was ready to drift. She stepped out of the truck and stood on the shore, her silhouette sharp against the glowing water. I watched as she walked toward the lake. With every step, she became more transparent, the light of the mountain shining through her ribs. She waded into the black water, and as it reached her waist, she turned back to look at me one last time. There was no fear in her expression, only a profound, hollow peace. She submerged completely, and the surface of the lake didn't even ripple. She was part of the reservoir now, a drop of consciousness in the vast, silent sea of the mountain's memory. I reached into the glove box and pulled out a small iron key that had belonged to her van. I watched as it crumbled into red dust in my palm, the windless air carrying the particles away toward the iron roots. The return journey was a climb through the architecture of silence. I passed the statues of the clerk, the writer, and the young man. They were joined now by a new figure standing near the shore of the black lake, a woman made of frosted glass holding a translucent bird in her hands. She was a permanent resident of the basin, a sentinel for the weary. I felt the mountain pulse beneath the floorboards, a slow and heavy thud that matched the ticking of the clock on the dashboard. The engine didn't need fuel down here. It ran on the momentum of the descent and the gravity of the Earth's heart. I was merely the hand on the wheel, the witness to the shedding of weights. As I ascended through the layer of unfinished tasks, I saw the shadows moving with more purpose. They were weaving the fragments of the woman's life into the tapestry of the stone. Her missed calls were becoming veins of copper. Her unfulfilled promises were hardening into crystals of amethyst. Nothing was wasted. The mountain was a perfect recycler, taking the chaos of a human life and turning it into the orderly geometry of the deep. I felt a sense of pride in my work, a cold and distant satisfaction. I was the one who gathered the raw material for the mountain's growth. I was the harvester of the shortcut. The air grew thinner and colder as I reached the upper galleries. The smell of the surface began to seep through the vents, a foul mixture of exhaust and rot that made my eyes water. I missed the clean, sterile scent of the deep. I reached the mouth of the tunnel and pulled the truck into the shadows, the front bumper just inches from the line where the asphalt met the gravel. The rain was still falling, a relentless gray curtain that obscured the world beyond the mountain. I looked at the road, waiting for the next set of lights, the next soul burdened by the friction of existence. The night was long and the mountain was always hungry. I reached for my thermos, the coffee as hot and bitter as the day I first took this job. I didn't remember how long I had been driving the black truck. Time was a liquid down there, a substance that could be poured and shaped but never measured. I only knew that the road was patient and that the shortcut was always open for those who were tired of the long way around. I saw a flicker of movement in the distance, a pair of dim lights struggling through the fog. It was an old truck loaded down with timber, the driver leaning over the wheel with a look of grim determination. He was pushing himself too hard, his heart a ticking bomb of stress and caffeine. I smiled, a slow and creaking movement of my face that felt like stone cracking. I reached for the light switch and gave the signal. The orange hazards pulsed, an invitation to rest, a promise of a faster way home. The timber truck slowed, the brakes squealing in the damp air. As it pulled over toward the mouth of the tunnel, I felt the familiar hum of the mountain's anticipation. The cycle was eternal. The road was waiting, and I was the driver who never slept. The darkness reached out to greet the new arrival, and the shortcut opened its mouth once more to swallow the heavy things of the world. I shifted into gear, the leather of the seat whispering a welcome, and prepared to lead another passenger into the beautiful, crushing silence of the deep. The timber truck groaned to a halt, its metal skin popping and ticking as the engine heat fought the damp mountain air. The driver was a man built of grit and old grudges, his hands locked onto the steering wheel with a grip that had forgotten how to let go. He looked at the mouth of the tunnel and then at my silhouette, his eyes bloodshot from 1,000 miles of asphalt and cheap coffee. I did not speak with my throat. I spoke with the vibration of the truck, a low frequency that bypassed his ears and went straight to the marrow of his bones. I told him the pass was closed by a slide and that the only way through was the vein of the mountain. He did not question me. The exhaustion had hollowed him out until there was nothing left but the instinct to move forward. He shifted his heavy rig into gear and followed me into the dark. As we descended, the sound of his engine changed. On the surface, it was a jagged roar of combustion and friction, but beneath the first layer of shale, it became a rhythmic chanting. The logs on his trailer, stripped of their bark and bound by rusted chains, began to weep. They were not leaking sap, but the memories of the forest they had left behind. The scent of pine needles and sunlight filled the tunnel, a ghost of the outdoors that the mountain quickly began to dismantle. I watched in the rearview mirror as the logs started to petrify, their organic rings turning into circles of polished agate. The driver did not notice. He was staring at the tail lights of my truck, his eyes fixed on the red glow like a moth drawn to a dying ember. We passed the Hall of Unspoken Vows, where the walls were covered in a fine silver frost. This frost was made of the promises people had made to themselves and broken before the sun went down. Every time a man said he would quit the road or a woman said she would leave the town that stifled her, a new crystal formed on the stone. The timber driver saw his own reflection in the frost, but he did not see the man he was. He saw the boy he had been before the weight of the logs had bent his spine. He reached out his window, his rough hand brushing against the wall, and I saw the silver frost jump to his skin, turning his hair and his eyelashes into delicate needles of ice. He did not pull back. The cold was a relief to a man who had spent his life burning up from the inside. The descent grew steeper, the road spiraling down into the guts of the earth where the heat of the core should have been, but there was only the chill of the absolute. We entered the chamber of echoing footsteps. Here, the sound of our tires was joined by the phantom noise of millions of people walking. It was the sound of a migration that never ended, the soft shuffle of those who had nowhere left to go. The driver of the timber truck began to downshift, his gears grinding with a sound like breaking teeth. He was trying to slow down, suddenly aware that the distance he was traveling was not measured in miles but in the shedding of his own identity. I tapped my brakes, the red light flaring against the tunnel walls to remind him that there was no turning back. The mountain had already tasted his fatigue, and it would not let him go until the plate was clean. We reached the level of translucent grief, where the rock turned into a substance as clear as glass. Through the floor of the tunnel, we could see the layers of the world stacked like old newspapers. We saw the bones of cities that had never been built and the shadows of animals that had gone extinct before the first fire was lit. The driver looked down and saw his own life laid out in the strata below him. He saw the birthdays he had missed, the dinners that went cold while he was chasing a paycheck, and the face of a woman he had stopped calling years ago. The weight of his cargo, the tons of timber he hauled, began to lighten. The logs were no longer wood, they were becoming pillars of salt, white and crystalline, shimmering in the dark. I pulled the truck into a wide gallery where the ceiling disappeared into a void of purple smoke. This was the weighing station, the place where the mountain decided what part of a soul was worth keeping and what part was merely clutter. I stopped my truck and waited. The timber driver pulled up behind me, his engine dying with a final, shuddering gasp. He climbed out of his cab, his boots hitting the stone with a hollow thud. He looked at his hands, which were now the color of slate, his veins showing through the skin like lines on a map. He walked to the back of his trailer and touched one of the salt pillars. It crumbled under his fingertips, falling to the ground in a heap of white dust. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw the clarity in his eyes. He realized that the load he had been protecting so fiercely was nothing but a burden he had chosen to carry. He walked away from his truck, leaving the door open and the keys in the ignition. He didn't need them anymore. He began to walk toward the edge of the gallery where a staircase of black marble led down into the deeper silence. With every step he grew taller, his shoulders straightening as the phantom logs slid off his back. By the time he reached the first step, he was no longer a tired man in a flannel shirt. He was a statue in motion, a figure carved from the very essence of endurance. He descended into the mist, and the sound of his footsteps faded until there was only the hum of the great clockwork deep below. I stayed in the cab, watching the salt dust settle on the floor of the gallery. The mountain had been fed, and the shortcut had claimed another traveler. I put the truck in gear and began the long climb back to the surface. The ascent was always the hardest part, the gravity of the deep pulling at the chassis, trying to keep me there forever. I passed the vault of lost names again, and this time I heard a new name being whispered by the stones. It was the name of the timber driver, a sound that was being etched into the granite by the slow drip of the amber resin. He was part of the record now, a permanent footnote in the history of the stone. I felt a pang of something that might have been envy, a fleeting desire to step out of the truck and join the silent ranks of the transformed. But the ring on my finger pulsed with a cold, warning light. I had a contract. I was the bridge, and the bridge must never leave its post. The air began to thin as I approached the upper levels. I passed the gallery of statues, seeing the woman with the translucent bird and the young man at his bone keyboard. They looked like they had always been there, as much a part of the mountain as the stalactites hanging from the roof. I drove past them, the tires of my truck leaving no mark on the pristine stone. The exit of the tunnel appeared as a pinprick of gray light, a reminder of the world that demanded so much and gave so little. I checked the dashboard clock. The silver liquid was hardening into the shape of numbers again. It was nearly dawn, the time when the light begins to lie about the depth of the shadows. I reached the mouth of the tunnel and stopped. The rain had turned into a fine mist that hung over the highway like a veil. The world was waking up, the birds beginning their frantic, meaningless songs in the trees. I looked in the mirror and saw the tunnel entrance begin to blur, the rock faces shifting and closing until there was nothing left but a wall of moss-covered granite. The shortcut was gone, tucked away in the folds of the mountain until the next heavy soul came looking for a way out. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling with a sound like a low growl. My hands were steady on the wheel, but I could feel the amber resin in my veins moving slower than it had an hour ago. I pulled out onto the asphalt, the tires splashing through the puddles. The world felt thin and flimsy compared to the density of the deep. I saw a gas station a few miles down the road, its neon sign flickering with a tired yellow light. I pulled in and parked near the back, away from the glare of the overhead lamps. I didn't need fuel and I didn't need rest, but I needed to feel the friction of the surface for just a moment before the next call came. I stepped out of the truck and stood in the rain, the water soaking through my hat and running down my neck. It felt cold and wet and temporary. It was the feeling of being alive, and it was the most exhausting thing I knew. A car pulled into the station, a small, battered sedan with a mismatched door. A young woman got out, her eyes red from crying, her movements jerky and nervous. She looked at the mountain, then at the road ahead, and then at me. She saw the black truck in the shadow of my face, and I saw the recognition in her eyes. She didn't know what I was, but she knew what I offered. She knew there was a place where the crying stopped and the weight went away. I didn't have to say a word. I just nodded toward the dark slope of the peak, and I saw her breath hitch in her throat. She wasn't ready yet. She still had a few more miles of the long way to go, but she would be back. They always came back when the road became too much to bear. I climbed back into the cab and shut the door, the sound muffled by the heavy insulation of the truck. The dashboard clock ticked once, a sharp, metallic sound that echoed in the silence. I put the truck in gear and headed back toward the mountain, back toward the place where the shadows are solid and the stories never end. I was the driver, the guide, and the anchor. I was the one who kept the balance between the light and the dark, ensuring that the mountain always got its due. As I drove into the mist, the world behind me faded into a gray blur, leaving nothing but the road and the stone and the endless, beautiful weight of the deep. I was home. The road stretched out before me like a ribbon of wet velvet, winding through the foothills where the trees stood like skeletal spectators. The morning light was a pale, sickly thing that failed to penetrate the canopy of the pines. I drove with the window cracked just enough to hear the hiss of the tires on the pavement and the distant, rhythmic thud of the mountain's heart. It was a sound no one else could hear, a vibration that sat in the pit of the stomach and whispered of gravity and time. My truck felt lighter now, the absence of the woman and the timber driver leaving a void in the cargo bed that the air itself rushed to fill. But a void in the deep was never truly empty. It was a space waiting for a new shape, a new sorrow to give it form. I pulled into a rest area that consisted of nothing more than a cracked concrete pad and a rusted trash can. I killed the engine and sat in the sudden, deafening silence. The mountain was behind me, a wall of jagged shadow that seemed to lean over the landscape, watching for the next fracture in the human spirit. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small stone I had picked up near the basin of stillness. It was black and smooth, cold enough to make my fingers ache. When I looked closely, I could see a faint white line swirling deep within the mineral. It was a fragment of a memory, a piece of a conversation that had never happened. I squeezed it until the edges bit into my palm, then I tossed it into the tall grass. It didn't belong on the surface. Nothing from down there ever did. A motorcycle roared past the rest area, the sound of violent intrusion that set my nerves on edge. The rider was leaned low over the tank, a blur of leather and chrome pushing against the wind. He was chasing something or perhaps running from it. The mountain didn't care about the direction of the travel, it only cared about the intensity of the pursuit. I watched his taillight disappear around a bend, a tiny spark of defiance in the vast, gray morning. I knew that rider. Not by name, but by the frequency of his desperation. He had passed the entrance to the shortcut 3 times in the last month, each time going a little faster, each time leaning a little harder into the curves. He was ripening. Soon, the friction of his life would become hot enough to ignite, and he would look for the cool, damp dark of the tunnel. I started the truck again, the engine turning over with a sound like grinding teeth. I had a schedule to keep, though it was a schedule dictated by the movement of tectonic plates rather than the hands of a clock. I drove toward the city, the skyline appearing on the horizon like a jagged set of teeth. The city was a rich hunting ground for the mountain. It was a place of high density and low hope, a massive engine that ground people into dust and then asked for more. I moved through the morning traffic, a black ghost among the bright, noisy cars. People looked at my truck and then quickly looked away. They felt the coldness radiating from the metal, the way the light seemed to die as it touched the matte finish of the paint. I was a reminder of the inevitable, a mobile piece of the deep that had no business being in the sun. I stopped at a red light next to a bus stop. A group of people stood huddled under a glass shelter, their faces illuminated by the blue glow of their phones. They were all connected to 1,000 different things, yet they were entirely alone. I saw an old man sitting on the bench, his hands folded over a cane. He wasn't looking at a screen. He was looking at the ground, his eyes tracing the cracks in the pavement as if they were a map. He looked up and caught my eye. For a split second, the veil dropped. He saw the mountain in my pupils, and I saw the long, winding road of his 90 years. He gave a small, tired nod. He was ready, but his body hadn't caught up to his spirit yet. He would wait for the bus, and I would continue my patrol. The day passed in a blur of gray streets and neon signs. I picked up small things along the way, fragments of the heavy world that didn't require a full trip to the deep. A discarded wedding ring found in a gutter, a briefcase full of legal documents that had ruined a family, a handful of keys to a house that had burned down. I tossed them into the back, and the truck swallowed them whole. By the time the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the truck was heavy again. The suspension groaned as I turned back toward the mountain. The return journey was always easier when the sun was down. The mountain was more active in the dark, its mouth opening wider to catch the shadows as they lengthened. I reached the foothills as the first stars began to pierce the purple sky. The air grew colder, the scent of wet stone and ancient earth replacing the smell of the city. I saw the motorcycle from earlier parked on the shoulder of the road. The rider was standing by the guardrail, his helmet on the ground, his head in his hands. He looked small against the backdrop of the peaks. I slowed down, the orange hazards beginning their slow, hypnotic pulse. He looked up, his face pale and drawn. He saw the black truck and the way the shadows seemed to flow out from beneath the tires. I didn't stop, but I drove slowly enough for him to see the opening. The mountain pulled at him, a physical tug that made him take a step toward the road. He didn't get on the bike, he just started walking, his boots crunching on the gravel. He followed the truck as I turned off the main highway and onto the dirt track that led to the hidden entrance. I watched him in the mirror, a solitary figure being drawn into the vortex. He didn't ask where we were going. He didn't ask who I was. He just needed the movement to stop. He needed the weight of the wind and the speed to be replaced by something solid. As we crossed the threshold into the first tunnel, the sound of the world died away. The silence of the stone rushed out to meet him, a cold embrace that promised nothing but rest. The descent was different this time. The mountain was restless, the walls of the tunnel vibrating with a low, humming energy. I could hear the grinding of the great gears, the sound of the earth shifting its weight. We passed the hall of unfinished tasks where the shadows were frantic, weaving the new arrivals into the tapestry. I saw the timber driver there, or what was left of him. He was a pillar of salt now, standing near a vein of amethyst that had grown out of the floor. He looked peaceful, a monument to a burden that had finally been laid down. The motorcycle rider walked past him, his eyes wide but his heart slowing down. He was starting to understand the trade. We reached the level of echoing footsteps, and the rider began to change. His leather jacket started to turn into a substance that looked like obsidian, the zippers becoming lines of quartz. His breath came in slow, heavy clouds that froze in the air and fell to the ground as tiny diamonds. He was being refined, the mountain stripping away the temporary and replacing it with the eternal. I led him deeper, past the basin of stillness and toward the gallery of voices. This was a place I rarely visited. It was a cavern filled with thousands of glass jars, each one containing a single captured sound. The laughter of a child, the final sigh of a dying man, the sound of a heart breaking. The rider stopped in front of an empty shelf. He knew what was required. He opened his mouth and a sound came out that was like the roar of his motorcycle engine, but stripped of the mechanical noise. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated speed. The sound flowed into a jar which sealed itself with a click. The rider slumped, his body becoming more transparent, more like the glass of the jars around him. He had given his most precious thing to the mountain, and in return, the mountain gave him a place to stand. He took his position on the shelf, a new sentinel in the gallery of the lost. I turned the truck around and began the climb back to the surface. The truck was light again, the engine humming a content, low-frequency tune. I felt a sense of completion, a feeling that the mountain was satisfied for the moment, but I knew it wouldn't last. The world above was still turning, still creating the heavy things that could not be carried forever. As I reached the mouth of the tunnel and saw the gray mist of the morning, I felt the familiar tug of the contract. I was the driver who never slept, the witness to the shedding of weights. I pulled the truck into the shadows and waited. The road was patient, the shortcut was open, and the mountain was always hungry. I reached for my thermos, the coffee still hot, and watched the road for the next set of lights. The rain outside the cabin window changed its tune, shifting from a rhythmic drumming to a soft, persistent hiss that sounded like 1,000 secrets being whispered at once. I sat in the driver's seat of the black truck, my hands resting on the steering wheel, which felt more like bone than plastic in the pre-dawn chill. The dashboard lights flickered, the silver liquid of the clock swirling into a pattern that resembled a human eye before settling back into a series of jagged, impossible numbers. I knew this part of the cycle. The mountain had been fed, the timber driver was now a pillar of salt in the lower galleries, and the motorcycle rider had become a glass jar of frozen speed. But the contract was not yet balanced. The mountain always required a witness to the final transformation, a soul to watch the heavy things turn into the light things so the equilibrium of the world could be maintained. I pushed the heavy door open and stepped out into the mist. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and wet granite, a smell that sat in the back of the throat like a copper coin. I walked toward the edge of the highway where the moss-covered rocks seemed to breathe in the dampness. Usually I would be back on the road by now, searching for the next heavy heart, but the ring on my finger was vibrating with a frequency I had never felt before. It was a low, mournful thrum that matched the beating of the great clockwork deep below the surface. I looked down at the ring and saw that the stone in its center, once as black as the tunnel, was now glowing with a soft, milky light. It was a sign that the bridge was being called for a different kind of duty. A movement in the shadows near the tunnel entrance caught my eye. It was not a new traveler seeking a shortcut, nor was it one of the statues from the lower galleries. It was a figure draped in a coat of shimmering gray needles, a being that looked as if it were woven from the rain itself. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its feet leaving no prints on the wet gravel. This was the archivist, the one who recorded the weight of every soul that passed through the mountain. I had heard of the archivist in the whispers of the stones, but I had never seen it this close to the surface. It stopped a few paces from me, its face a blur of shifting mist that never quite formed a feature I could recognize. The archivist reached out a hand that looked like a bundle of silver wire. In its palm sat a small, translucent sphere. Inside the sphere, I could see a miniature version of the timber driver truck, the logs turning into salt over and over again in a loop of silent motion. This was the record of the journey, the physical manifestation of the burden that had been surrendered. The archivist didn't speak with a voice, but the thoughts entered my mind like the dripping of water in a cave. It told me that the cycle of the shortcut was changing. The world above was becoming too heavy, the sorrows too dense for the mountain to process at its current rate. The balance was tipping, and the bridge needed to become something more than just a driver. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a feeling of my own heart being weighed against the coldness of the truck engine. The archivist moved closer, the gray needles of its coat brushing against my sleeve. It touched the ring on my finger, and the milky light flared into a blinding white. The mountain around us began to groan, the sound of tectonic plates grinding together in a slow, agonizing dance. I realized then that I was not just the driver of the truck. I was the anchor for the entire range. If I left the post, if I stopped bringing the heavy souls to the weighing station, the mountain would collapse under the pressure of its own silence, and the world above would be swallowed by the density of its own unexpressed grief. The archivist handed me the translucent sphere. As my fingers touched the cool surface, I felt the memories of the timber driver rush through me. I felt the cold dinners, the missed calls, the years of driving until his eyes burned like embers. I felt the relief he had found in the salt, the way his soul had finally straightened when the logs slid off his back. It was a beautiful, terrible weight. The sphere merged into my palm, disappearing beneath the skin until my hand glowed with the same soft light. I was now the keeper of the record. Every soul I brought through the shortcut would leave a piece of its story with me, a fragment of the weight I would carry so they didn't have to. The figure in the gray coat began to fade, dissolving back into the mist and the rain. The tunnel entrance behind me shivered and closed, the granite becoming seamless once again. I stood alone on the shoulder of the road, the silence of the morning pressing in on me. I looked at the black truck, its matte finish now shimmering with a faint iridescent sheen. It was no longer just a vehicle, it was a reliquary, a moving vault for the things people couldn't bear to hold. I climbed back into the cab and felt the seat mold itself to my frame as if we were made of the same substance. The engine started without me touching the key, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in my marrow. I pulled out onto the highway just as the sun began to break through the clouds. The light was different now. It didn't feel thin or flimsy anymore. It felt like a thin veil over a vast, complicated machine. I drove past the gas station where the young woman had been standing. She was gone, her battered sedan replaced by a sleek, modern car that looked out of place in the rugged landscape. I knew she would find her way eventually. The mountain had a way of calling to those who were ready. a siren song of gravity that was impossible to ignore once you had heard the first note. As I moved toward the city, I felt the connections between the people and the cars around me. I saw the invisible threads of their burdens, the gray webs of anxiety, and the heavy chains of regret that hung from their shoulders. They were all carrying so much, and they were all so tired. I felt the sphere in my palm pulse in time with their heartbeats. I was the bridge, and the bridge was open. I didn't need to wait for them to find the shortcut. I was the shortcut. I was the moving threshold, the gap in the world where the heavy things could be dropped. A man in a business suit pulled up next to me at a light. He was gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white, his face a mask of suppressed rage and exhaustion. He looked at the black truck, and for a second our eyes met. I didn't nod, and I didn't turn away. I simply allowed the light in my palm to flare just enough to catch his reflection in the glass. I saw his grip loosen. I saw the tension drain from his jaw. He didn't know why, but the air in his car suddenly felt cooler, the weight on his chest a little lighter. I had taken a fraction of his burden, a tiny grain of salt for the mountain to store. It was a small mercy, but in a world this heavy, small mercies were the only things that kept the gears turning. I spent the day drifting through the city, a silent collector of shadows. I moved through the crowded streets and the quiet suburbs, picking up the stray echoes of grief and the discarded fragments of broken dreams. The truck grew heavier with every mile, the suspension dipping low as the cargo bed filled with the invisible weight of 1,000 lives. But the heaviness didn't exhaust me, it fueled me. The amber resin in my veins moved with a new purpose, carrying the stories of the city down to the roots of the mountain where they could be turned into stone and salt and glass. When evening fell and the neon signs began to hum, I turned the truck back toward the peaks. The return journey was a slow, majestic ascent. The mountain was waiting for me, its hidden gates ready to swing open at my approach. I reached the moss-covered wall and didn't stop. I drove straight into the granite, the rock rippling like water as the truck passed through the threshold. The transition was seamless, the gray light of the surface replaced by the purple smoke and the amber glow of the deep. I drove past the vault of lost names and heard the stones singing a new chorus, a song that included the timber driver and the motorcycle rider and the man in the business suit. I reached the weighing station and stopped. The archivist was there, waiting in the center of the gallery. I stepped out of the truck and opened the back. A flood of gray light poured out, a swirling vortex of all the things I had collected during the day. The archivist raised its hands, and the light began to crystallize, falling to the floor in a shower of white dust and shimmering minerals. The mountain groaned in satisfaction, the great clockwork below accelerating for a moment as it processed the new intake. The balance was restored. The world above was safe for another night, its burdens managed by the silent work of the bridge. I walked to the edge of the black marble staircase and looked down into the deeper silence. I saw the shapes of the transformed moving in the mist, the statues and the salt pillars and the glass sentinels. They were the true history of the world, the permanent record of everything that had been felt and suffered. I felt a sense of profound peace, a realization that I was exactly where I was meant to be. I was the one who watched the gate, the one who navigated the shortcut, the one who ensured that nothing was ever truly lost, only changed into something that the earth could hold. I returned to my truck and sat in the quiet of the cab. The dashboard clock had stopped moving entirely, the silver liquid frozen into a perfect circle. Time didn't matter here, only the weight mattered. I closed my eyes and listened to the heartbeat of the mountain, a slow, steady thud that echoed in my own chest. I was the driver, the guide, and the keeper of the record. I was the bridge between the light and the dark, and as long as the road existed, I would be there to drive it. The shortcut was closed for now, but the morning would bring new travelers and new burdens, and I would be ready to meet them at the edge of the world. The mountain was fed, the contract was honored, and the deep was at rest.